Good morning. Hold on. OBS is still good. I saw a dip. I thought I'd just double check. It doesn't look like we dropped frames. So... yeah. Yeah, apparently it's a Capcom weekend for me. Between Monster Hunter and Ace Attorney. Mina has passed me some things I'm going to show on stream, once I unmute, because we got to yapping about Monster Hunter, but, I feel like I really need to actually account for the amount of yapping sometimes that occurs, because we were going to start late. Oh, actually, you know what? I should probably talk about this when I've unmuted, actually. I think we're ready to go. Hello, Mina.
Hello, Warfy.
I'm starting to think we might need to actually account for the fact that we usually start yapping before a stream starts.
maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
We yapped for almost half an hour before we started streaming.
We did. And that's usually a thing that happens. Like, we were gonna start a bit later today anyway, because of circumstances, but, like, we sat down, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, I got everything set early, so, like, yeah, we should be good to go, and then it was just like, oh, hey, that Monster Hunter, huh?
Then we had an in-depth discussion on Monster Hunter lore.
Yeah. And how the fact that I was just like, like, I think I ended up like agreeing with was just like, yeah, I think the meta narrative is like really good. Well, I don't know if it's necessarily like meta narrative or if it's like the broader statement the game has to say. Either way, like, I think I enjoy that a lot more than the actual narrative, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, I do agree with you. Though, that being said, Gemma and Olivia can get it.
Oh, absolutely. Olivia especially. They took her armor off in one cutscene.
The one where you're all eating?
Wait, have you been up to that?
Yeah, I'm way past that point, yeah.
No, I think I'm thinking of a different point.
Okay, well, I've seen her with her armor off. Yes.
Maybe it's twice. Okay, but like there was literally this shot where she was like partially obscured by someone, and you could just see her bicep muscle poking out, and I was like, I need to shut this game off.
Yeah, when she sits down for the big meal at the settlement, she's wearing basically just a leather bra and like a tabard over top of it.
You know. Yo, sorry, go on.
Yeah, just like fully exposes like her muscular back and her biceps.
Yeah, funnily enough, it reminds me of the getup that Y'shtola was in when she wakes up at the end of Shadowbringers, where everyone else feels like they're wearing like, you know, hempen like like hempen baggy clothing, and then she's out here with like an actual like fashion top, and it's like, I mean, yeah, cool, but also like what why? Well, I know why her specifically, but Makote model has probably got something to do with it. Fuck, what were we talking about? Hot women? Oh yeah. Speaking of Monster Hunter and this being basically a Capcom weekend, Mina brought up some collaborations that happened between Ace Attorney and Monster Hunter. I have not seen these yet. I'm going to open the DMs.
Yeah, so these...
trying to think of the... Because it'd be funnier if, like, I could show it at the same time as me, but I don't want to really, like, record Discord. I'll get it in a different browser tab, it's fine. Sorry, go on. Context.
Yeah, so these were released, these were released, for 2 different Monster Hunter games. The first 2 images I've sent are from a mobile game called Monster Hunter Explore around 2015.
God. Yep.
And the last one, it was from Monster Hunter Double X, Double Cross, as it was called in Japan. We got it here as Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, though sadly we did not get this collaboration in it. And this was part of an initiative that Capcom had at the time where they were crossing over like a ton of games. Like this was at a time when like Akuma was also in like Monster Hunter Wilds, and they were like, you can get like Monster Hunter costumes in you can get Monster Hunter costumes in Street Fighter V and the Japanese version of Spirit of Justice, but unfortunately the English version never got them.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay. Where's my browser source? It's here somewhere. Where are you? There you are. I think that's the one. Yeah, there it is. Actually, let's get rid of the starting soon as well. So, Exhibit A. Phoenix's fucking finger with objection on what I can only assume is objection on the badge shield. God. and an extremely crunchy Francisco. Number 2, we have like the blue badger bolted to a pole.
I think it's a switch axe.
Yeah, that tracks. So, is the switch axe the one that has like a guard until you get into it or has a shield until you switch into the axe form?
That's the switch axe. That's the charge axe.
Oh, okay.
The charge blade, sorry. That's the charge blade's the one where it's like a sword and shield, and then when you charge up the vials, you stick the shield on the end of the sword and it becomes an axe. The switch axe is like, it's a huge like naginata or like battle axe that like compacts down into like a sword or a smaller axe.
God. I have to imagine this is like it's fully
That's the fully extended form.
Yeah, fully extended, yeah. And then finally we have Phoenix the Palico.
Yeah, Phoenix the Palico with the objection speech bubble as a weapon.
Oh my god, the eyebrows. They're killing me.
Well, adding 2 or 3 little circles to the attorney's badge to make it a paw print is also incredibly cute.
That is amazing. I love that. I cannot get over the eyebrows. Also, like, the hairline, like, it's not even like, kind of worked into it or anything. It's just, no, they plopped the fucking wig directly on top of this Palico. Oh my god, that's incredible. So, were all of those for the same game, or...?
No,
the last one's cross, right, yeah.
Yeah, the last one's double cross. This one's, the first 2 were Monster Hunter Explore, which was a mobile, RPG.
Right. God. Oh man, I didn't go through half my Discord setup, thank you for reminding me. Oh no. Damn, we really yapped hard if I forgot to do this shit as well. Oh Jesus, what did Discord do to the fucking call UI? There we go. It's all changed, I don't know where the buttons are anymore. I like, honestly, I like some of that, because there are, like, shades and background colors that change when things are activated. A lot easier to read just at a glance, but also very new at a glance, so now I'm like, what the fuck am I looking at? Can you see and hear the game?
Give me a second, it just popped up for me.
Okay, cool.
Yes, yeah, I can see and hear it just fine.
Awesome. Alright. Ugh. Alright. It's Yuri's day in court.
Yuri Cosmos.
Yeah. I was gonna say something else, but the video game is... Okay, no. I thought it froze for a second there. Because it made my, mouse appear... Whenever a program, like, I know I have the mouse hovering over it, and it usually has it invisible, and then the mouse pops up just by itself, I'm like, oh no. Please no. Oh, we're not... Oh, fuck, I forgot. We're not back in court just yet. We're probably gonna be...
Yeah, we're talking to Ponko.
Yeah, we're probably gonna be in court soon, but I forgot this is the exact point we left off on. Okay. It really sucks that we can't, like, look around scenes anymore. And I kind of understand they may not have wanted you to for this one, because the parallax, like... especially on, like, a 3DS or something, the parallax may have been, like, ever so slightly taxing. So just letting the player, like, you know, move up and down regularly would have been a bit of a problem. Alright. The Hat one. This is quite the place. Can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the Hat one that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat one, inside and out. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Honko knows why the launch was cancelled. Yippee, yay, yay. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out, check it out. Spacesuits, photos, newspaper articles. I'd like to come here again on a day off. Hey, what's this a photo of? Oh boy. What is that on Ponko's right arm?
Bandages.
That's awesome. Wait, this was... Oh, this was Hat 1, so,
So Clay's still in high school. That's why he's still wearing the high school uniform.
Oh, yeah, he is wearing that under that. God, I almost didn't notice it. And then 2 unnamed women. And Ponko. Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat 1 project. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young. And so different. Can't imagine a sigh coming out of that guy.
And that's...
What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Women.
She's looking at the woman bending over, like, oh, I think I have COVID.
Yeah. I can't believe this is the picture that led to a dangerous space crash. Athena.
Oh, nothing. I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all.
Well, it was 7 years ago, after all. Oh, it was 7 years ago, after all. So the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck... Once again, I go to the court record real quick. Yeah, 16. Okay.
Is Clay Terran the victim?
So they were mentor and protege even way back then. He's even got one of the staff jackets. He looks like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jackets. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Everybody looks so happy. Anyway... I'm sure the other people in the photo aren't important at all. Let's just brush past that. Space Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. This area used to be Launchpad 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Wouldn't it be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they had to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts. Budget cuts. We need more money. Money. Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? Oh, you know, they used an LLM to scrape their entire, network drive. I found some documents that I'm pretty sure I wasn't meant to talk about. Anyway, you can ask me about them if you want.
Would you like to know some government secrets?
Oh. While it was in space, the Hat One launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos said, too. He told us it came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope space probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. I think it had the same logo. Is the court record just your memory, Phoenix? Is that what it's been this whole time? That is a good point. I mean, yeah, it looks superficially similar. I didn't get to compare it right next to each other. Well, compared to that photo, anyway. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her.
Hey, Punk, I want to see a dead body.
Hey, no, it's same way up compared to the thing. Yeah, let's do that now, in fact. Oh my god, I should report this to the police immediately. Ponko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Oh my god, it's a jellyfish. Checking registered data. I know, it's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designated to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed. It must not be removed. Tell me who did it. Tell it now. Tell me now. Cock's a gun.
Don't worry, Ponko. The people in charge already know what happened.
Hi, Cookie.
Hello, Cookie. Amogus.
They do? They do? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad 1, huh? Maybe Clay was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion.
The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got the chance to check the contents.
Hell yeah, Cookie. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Wonder if there's a way to check if it's been opened. And that just happened to be sitting on the launch pad since it... I wonder if someone was trying to steal that. And then altercations happened. Like, you blow things up to try and drive people away from the launch pad to get the thing, but Clay thought to take it, maybe? The way the Space Center launch pad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launch pad? Go gentle on my spiky head, mind.
I wanna know. I wanna know. Phoenix wants to know, too.
Great. Now Athena's got a case of ponchoitis. Phoenix... Itis generally means... You know what? Never mind. Hooray. I will tell you then. Yippee. The rocket is built right inside the launch pad structure. When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launch pad over the rails. And brought into position at the launch site. Oh no. Oh fuck, if that gets involved in this, I'm starting to worry about the complexity of this case. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we would build we could build it all. It's very cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included.
I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh?
That it is, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures.
I would love to see the launch pad being moved. When's the next one scheduled for?
Whenever the murder is cleared up. Searching data. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Just perfectly understandable.
Well, when was the last time it was moved?
That's a good question. Searching data. I'm sorry. That answer isn't in my answer database. Wow, I just found a part of the database I wasn't allowed to look at. I guess Ponko can only answer certain questions. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum.
Thank you, Ponko. You explained everything very well.
I love to explain. Yippee, yay. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. Oh, chat, he doesn't know.
It's because Ponko's so friendly.
Well, what should we investigate next?
Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about.
True. Let's see. Security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay then, let's get back to the Launchpad 1 corridor.
Bye, Ponko. See you later.
Come again, and don't forget to visit the gift shop. As you know, our budget's been cut. We could really use it. Poor Ponko. What a what a Dickensian life we are all forced to lead. That's my $5 word of the day. Fucking Phoenix pulling out Dickensian. Dickensian?
Dickensian, yeah.
Yeah,
it's such a fun word.
Yeah. That was just the last, like... I would have expected Sisyphean before that, honestly. But, yeah, Dickensian's a bit more accurate. Well, Jesus, it's me central at the moment. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice?
It's Detective Fulbright. Still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor.
Well, let's hope he's still in a cooperative mood as well, then.
If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him.
You mean that lady in distress bit? I mean, yeah, he'd fall for it. Who am I kidding? Anyway. We found a bullet hole in the wall of the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. Oh. Wait, what? Whoa, what? Okay. Detective Arm? That's right. A warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high-threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details, what with Detective Arm gone and all. He, like, salutes out of nowhere.
But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together.
We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. If it goes down easy.
Detective, would like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Yes. I just happened to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. This is quite a bit of data. Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. Sure took a while, though. Everyone, huh? Everyone?
Whoa, he got Apollo's and my prints.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
He even got prints for all the robots.
I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep.
Clay's fingerprints are here too.
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all.
Still can't believe he took off his gloves to get his fingerprints.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Athena, but you can't take someone's fingerprints through his glove. You never make it to the big leagues like that, kid. Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case. There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, it can completely change the tide for both sides. Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow. Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy. Isn't this just a photo of the Launchpad 1 door? Yep, but Professor Blackwell seemed really interested in it for some reason. Huh? What's so important about this door? Beats me, but boy could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it. Huh. I'm guessing it's got something to do with the garbage chute and the knob behind the glass. Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow.
Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss.
Right. Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the tests for us right now? You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Then he takes each page and starts looking at it really carefully. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door. Must have opened it when they went to go board the rocket.
His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for a space adventure right then.
Wait, what? Also see photo taken after the incident. Taken after the incident. Only the prints of Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized, equipped with backup power. Print recognition attempts are recorded via security camera. Starbuck's prints were found on the scanner screen after incident, which would indicate that he was the last person to use it. Because I don't think we got any other prints from that, if I remember correctly. Find and talk to the find and talk to the witness to the crime. Present the security... Oh, present the security camera footage. Thank you, video game checklist. Oh my god, that is such a goddamn help. It's so fucking helpful. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge 1 camera. Oh, that footage? Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie. I'd be glad to show you. Here we go. Huh? The screen went blank. Yes. Apparently, the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. There's no footage after this point. Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? So there's no camera footage as to what happens afterward. Which also means that any attempts on the fingerpad readers would not get captured by camera. It's a good thing I have my portable DVD player of justice right here. Thank you, Cookie. Something definitely seems up to be with... Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right?
But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that. Yeah. I was wondering when this might come back. It's been a while, but those are definitely psyche locks. Hmm? Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about? No. Psyche lock. It's a system of locks on the secrets in a person's heart. Okay, Mr. Wright. I know you take me for a fool sometimes, but what are you talking about?
That sounds like absolute claptrap.
I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Megatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding. Mr. Wright, how much did they bilk you out for that piece of... How much did they bilk you out of for that... Like, how much did they get out of you for that rock? Did you get overcharged
How much did
for
they?
it, I guess?
How badly did they rip you off?
Yeah.
Like, how badly did you get ripped off for that?
I think the thing that can, like, for whatever reason, the order of you out of 4 just, like, completely threw me for a loop there.
Understandable, yeah.
How much did they bilk you out of for that piece of rock? If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to. I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. See, like, that's good. I like that. That's a great callback. Wish there was more acknowledgement and subtle things about the fucking previous games that ended up in this. It isn't some kind of fraud. It really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you. Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we? This is the first time it happens in the game, because the special case had this, but, wait, did the special...
Pearl had to recharge the Magatama for you to use it in the special case.
Right.
Because this is the first time you're playing as Phoenix since Chapter 1 in the main game.
Yeah. Take that! Alrighty. Why you're being cooperative? I think you're hiding something, Detective, so why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn up over. Yeah, I wonder. I really understand what's been bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principles, isn't that right? No! I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occurred, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep. Peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim, as long as this exists. I feel like that's referring to a piece of evidence that I don't have. Oh no, hold on. Police officers and riot police gave evacuation instructions immediately. Police officers and riot police who had been standing by gave the evacuation. Yeah, so I don't think people were relaxed if there were riot police around. That's probably what I'm gonna go for.
Yeah,
here.
if they were standing by, right? Like.
Yeah, exactly. Take that! Before the explosions, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet, security was so tight, they even brought in a special task force. I'd hardly describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Ugh. Now, hold on just 1 minute. Moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person would be part of that detail from the outset. Take that! Detective Arms.
Dead Woman's getting a lot of posthumous play, huh?
Yeah! Yeah, she sure fucking is. Would have been cool to interact with her at all or something like that, but...
Yeah.
Is this woman number 3 that's been, like, kind of cool, that's just, out of it to be a victim? No, number 2, because it's Professor Court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, she was so cool, wasn't she?
Yeah. Detective Arms specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was the possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Right! Oh, jeez, we're kind of devolving into pain there a little bit.
I love how easy that was.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of just falls into place. It's like, well, like, the one thing that might catch you is the guard detail bit, because you don't have a piece of evidence saying the guard was anxious, but you have a piece of evidence that suggests that preparations were involving more than just a guard detail. And
yeah, I said SWAT team was standing by, and it's like, well, why was there a SWAT team standing by for a rocket launch? Exactly.
And as much as he has been going on about, yes, I was here on special orders, and that's how we managed to save everyone, like, obviously speaks to the fact that they were obviously expecting something. I could see people getting caught on what to present there, but the second one is just like, yeah, what the fuck was Arm doing here? Like, that, like, and especially for the player, that's actually a really clever one to make, because it's an easy standout. It's like, hey, here's all these cast of characters, and the woman who's a bomb specialist that you already know about. She sticks out like a sore thumb both to the player as someone you've already seen that doesn't seem to fit in with the rest of this, and because her role doesn't fit in with the rest of it on paper either. It's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Con Fulbright, what's up? Alright, I concede. You win. It's just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat.
But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed?
Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward wasn't exactly just, was it? How was the warning delivered? By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everyone to keep it under wraps. That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset. Yeah, I can definitely see the argument of keeping that under wraps, because just saying, hey, there's gonna be a bomb threat here is enough to whip up some people and doing stupid shit. On the other hand, like, did they keep it quiet from, like, the rest of the company? Because, like, that seems a bit much. It's like, hey, just so you know, we got a bomb threat, by the way. Like, It's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well. Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties. That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court. 3 murder trials in.
What's
know
funny
if-
is that you
Oh, sorry,
it's
go on.
something you just kind of take for granted. Like yeah, of course, this is Ace Attorney, but then like in the second last case of the game, finally someone's going like, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, I don't doubt his abilities. Obviously, he's quite accomplished, but also... Really? We couldn't call in... I don't know... Look at all these famous prosecutors we've had in the department before now. Like, we couldn't call on any of them? What, did Edgeworth fly across the planet again for no reason? Oh, for on a journey of discovery? Sorry, Professor. Sorry, Detective Fulbright. He's the only one we've got. Okay.
Everything's the prosecuting. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know.
Oh, alright. Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules.
Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right?
Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular. I think we guessed that much. So why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it.
So you weren't told why either, huh?
No. I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder. Yeah, it would have had to. It would had to have. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still.
7 years passed.
Oh boy, 7 years ago. A Phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, I gather. 7 years ago was around the time that, 7 years was about the time skip up to up to Apollo Justice, wasn't it?
Yeah, so this 7 years ago now would have been 1 year after Phoenix got disbarred.
Yeah, okay. Haunted for 7 years. Jesus. Me when I'm Haunted's friend. This Phantom of 7 years past. Any idea who or what he was talking about? Not a clue. He seems to think this Phantom is behind this whole incident somehow. Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case? Yep. This case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. What? Okay. Are you talking about the bombing on the launch pad, or are you talking about everything that happened after that as well? For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center, too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone. So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this incident is the work of the Phantom. Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago... That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell's conviction might be related. Yeah, I can see why you'd think that. This incident of the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past. It's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here.
This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Hmm?
Oh.
No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to him. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction. I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry. That's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. I feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm going to be rooting for you and your team this time. But don't tell him that. You have to promise me you won't. Detective Fulbright. I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court.
You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective?
Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful to the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around the Space Center entrance a little while ago.
Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright.
Thanks, you two. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm gonna work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In Justice We Trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In Justice We Trust. Come on, guys, let's try it again. Okay, later.
There he goes.
Wait, were we supposed to say In Justice We Trust back there, too? God, Phoenix, you're terrible at this.
Let's go see that witness now.
Alright, Space Center entrance it is. Witness must be around here somewhere. Hello?
You want me to take this one?
Sure.
Okay. Hello. Hello.
Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot.
Hello. Come over here. Hello. Hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you? I am Clonko. Shall I guide you? Guide you. I don't know why, but this robot's kind of freaking me out.
I think the Wi-Fi only extends to just outside the entrance of the Space Center. That would probably make sense. Whomst.
I can take this one, if you want.
We'll see who it is first.
Okay.
Hey, you're not supposed to be wandering around. Ma'am? Oh, mean to him! Oh! Okay, hold on. I need a quick character check here. Paul hasn't been around, Trucy's not around, Victim, Juniper's probably not going to be involved. I've already got Solomon, Fulbright,
And
Ponko. You've got Cosmos,
and Blackwell, and
Blackwell.
the judge.
and Athena.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have a better sense for the distribution of the dialogue in that. If I took this person, is that all good? Or do you think that'd weigh a bit too much?
I'm trying to think really hard right now. It should be okay, I think.
Okay. We can swap it if it clearly gets a bit too much, but yeah.
Yeah. It's entirely up to you, whatever you're comfortable with.
Yeah, I don't mind. I guess it primarily it's probably going to make it so that, like, when we're in investigation, it's primarily me, and when we're in court, it's primarily you. Or at least it feels... Oh, but even then... Because I feel like Yuri's going to be... We can play it by ear. I'll take her to begin with, because
Okay.
I'll give it a shot. Again. I've had it with you, you hunk of junk.
Yeah.
I think especially with you taking the robot, this probably makes a bit more sense.
Yeah. I'm outside. Am I wandering? When did that happen?
Okay. Welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. You didn't snap out of it. I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than a 42.5 degree karate chop. Yeah. Here I am without my protractor. Oh, without my, protractor? Oh, shit. I was thinking of compass, but I said protractor. Protractor's correct.
Yeah, Protector's correct.
Yeah. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, and I'm Phoenix Wright, the lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Big shot lawyers, huh? I'm Aura Blackquill. Oh, no. Uh-oh.
I guess Hotdog runs in their fucking family.
Yeah, apparently. Hang on, I need to make an important adjustment here. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center.
There we go.
Yep. Blackwell? Could she be... mean to him! And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunker Junk.
My name is Hunker Junk. My name is Conko. It's me, Miss Aura.
Heem. Sorry, anytime
I'm gonna voice him as less robotic because the fact that he's not robotic enough for her is like his main character.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. I like that. But yeah, all I can think of in situations like this is this Holly emote. Mean to him. Oh. Game? There we go. Quit complaining. Your model number is Ponko 2.
Yeah, but Miss Aura, everyone calls me Clonko.
Quit your squawking already.
No, what are you doing? My brains.
This
no.
is fucked up.
No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, she's not a very nice person.
Nope. Not at all.
But damn, is she hot? So she's
Yeah,
hot too.
well, yeah, so impossible to tell. There. I bet you won't be talking back now.
I will obey completely.
Yikes. I better watch what wires I cross with this one. Your last name. Your last name is Blackwell. Do you have a relative in the legal profession?
You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is...
Shut up. Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yes, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? Oh. Yeah. What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy? This is new. The sheer aura of this woman.
It's literally in her name.
Yep. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, Hunker Junk?
Miss Aura, that hurts.
I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk?
But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you ordered me to speak.
I told you to never talk back to me. You're worth more as scrap. Robot abuse, orc attacks. Blackwell family life must be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Oh, wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. The witness. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident? That's right. I was on the 4th floor of the main building, in the robotics lab. Isn't it kind of fucked up she's just doing that to him? Yeah. Yes, it is.
Like, he's a sentient, self-aware being. She's like physically hurting him and tearing his brains out.
Yeah, it's fucking...
Oh, she's so nasty. I love her.
Yep. Yep. Whatever's wrong with her, it's funnier this way. The explosion disabled the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. It was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So, you saw the crime as it happened, and that's about it. I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So, you saw into the 3rd floor lounge. The very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand and a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor, and, the power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see. But did you witness the moment of the murder? Yes. I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife and... It happened at precisely 10 AM. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you it was pitch black in there. Although, I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had a good taste in knickknacks, anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter. Yeah, I better remember that. Lighter with an Earth emblem on it in their left hand, knife in their right. Thank you for your statement, We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbucks' innocence with it. Oh, yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry. I just detest lawyers, that's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Especially when that music kicked in. Interesting track. Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie, they're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creatures to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey you! Look alive there! Wow.
Ah, yes, yes. Here I go.
Evil, fucked up Clonco.
I am the ultimate robot.
Oh my god. Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away.
Yeah. Huh? What was I doing?
Yep, I like robots much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their pet emotions and constant worries.
When you say such things, feeling emotions, worrying about things that we care about, that's what makes us human.
Well, the girl finally talks and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snorting like that? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind.
Can I punch her, boss?
Yes. Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, people like you in charge, how could I possibly trust the legal system? Hmm? So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system? What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter?
Who hurt you?
Yeah, really. Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial. So I'd much rather kill them myself. Fucking Jesus. Eye for an eye.
Like, oh, abolitionist?
Yeah, no.
And no, just vigilante justice.
Yeah. Eye for an eye, bitch.
Can't be serious.
Hmm? That thing you're wearing around your neck.
Oh, this?
Around Athena's neck? Does she mean widget? Don't you fucking dare, you bitter bitch. Oh, I get it. Well, well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her Royal... what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumours. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos? Yes, that's right. You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart. What? I mean, I could have guessed that, but, like, what? He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your... okay. Ma'am, you're leaking.
It's like, just gonna ignore how that makes me feel for a second.
But it's your problem, so why should I care? What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, Hunky Chunk. Women. It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. You alright, Athena? You seem very down.
I just can't believe she said all those things.
Wow. She's really upset. How has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Or has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You heard about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news you hear about fabricated evidence and false indictments on the news all the time. Phoenix tugs at his collar.
You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that.
I mean, I tried to fix it, but then they just didn't. Like, can you believe it? There was a solution right there in front of everyone that I demonstrated could actually be pretty good, and then they just didn't do it.
But they all said, but you can't do that. You can't just handpick jurors. That's not fair. That's not right. Bite me. We caught the guy.
Exactly. I don't see what the problem is with a system where I picked the jurors for that particular crime. Like, what's there to miss about
results. It? They're just allergic to results.
By any oh. All we can do is believe in what we're doing.
Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree.
Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck.
Good idea. You should tell him what the bullet in Miss Blackwell's statement.
Okay, yeah, like 9 years his senior. Damn. Alright then, next stop, the detention center.
She's so very ma'am.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Oh god. He's been frozen like this for hours. My lawyers are here. Must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the... Did they actually say what her job is? A researcher who's developing robots at the Space Center. Okay, right. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. Really? So they're gonna let me go? Unfortunately, it was dark and she couldn't identify the person. Please don't get my hopes up like that again, Mr. Wright. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too.
But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. The murderer had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it.
A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh.
Did you remember something?
Please don't tell me that's his lighter. Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. The lighter. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments.
That's huge. Do you remember seeing anything?
A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? There was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. I don't know how that helps other than confirming, or I guess it does corroborate Aura's story, but yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know.
If we can prove there was a third person at the scene, and that they're the real killer...
Oh, right. I suppose that is the kind of the point right now, is that we're trying to establish that someone other than Clay and Starbuck were in that room.
Yeah. They'll be cleared of all suspicion.
The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Awesome. Oh, actually, I don't know if that did it.
Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving.
Did anything change?
I think it took 2 pieces of evidence, because Aura's statement was the second last piece of evidence on the next page.
And this used to be on the second page.
Yeah.
Honestly, couldn't tell you what it actually took away, to be honest.
Probably just like the bomb diagram that shows where the bomb
Oh, yeah, probably.
Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves to a big celebration in advance?
Someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. Hello, Charles. Oh, I thought we were gonna cut away.
So you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy.
Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it'll give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. And hello, Luca.
Whoa. Terrible.
Awesome.
Now let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote's for Eldune's noodles. Oh, Apollo?
Huh. Hey, bud. What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around.
Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here.
Don't call Cookie Balatro traitor, Luca! Fucked up! Thanks, but it's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo. You literally took a bomb blast, like... Bro. And I don't want you overdoing it. I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress?
A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think that might be the real killer.
You have so few allies. Rip. Luca dying on the hill of I'm not touching Balatro. A suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Okay, time to info dump, boy. What the fuck?
He was your best friend, right, Apollo?
The entire world is playing a game that will destroy me. It's true. No, no, no. I joke, but at the same time, like, yeah, no, I get it. Okay, I'm not saying that. Mightier people have succumbed to Balatro before, so... Apollo would be excused from this case due to conflict of interest, right? Well... I mean, that would have to count for Blackwell then, and, yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, you mean the person... Well, the person you suspect was in a previous bombing and also a person who potentially got you on a murder charge is involved in this. Right, well, you're out. Like, immediately. Fuck, like, even Fulbright's catching on to that. That's right. Best friends since junior high.
Sounds like me and Junie. So, what was Clay like?
Well, he was full of compassion and energy. He had a really loud voice.
If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows.
You know, I bet you're right. God. It seems like only yesterday. Like I've only just started talking about it since yesterday. Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut, and me, a lawyer. We talked well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. You are gay. Apollo, about that jacket. Yeah? Uh-huh. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. It makes you look super cool. He's just generally way too close to this. What lawyer is working a case where their best friend was the victim? Yeah, no, for sure. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dream was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! Apollo, I hope I don't have to carry, I hope you don't have to try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. That trial a year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. I made sure of that. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he'd say. Don't give up. It was right during his screening exams, too. Couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? Wow, we're like... Yeah, this is doing too much. Like, we kind of get it. You don't need to, like... Honestly, it would work better if it was just like, oh yeah, you just had this, you know, that's where the catchphrase came from. Anyway, tell me more about the case, or like, you know, people picking apart, like, dude, you need to go back to the hospital. Like, this is not, like, think about Clay, all that shit. It's like, no, but do you understand that that's where he got the catchphrase from, though? Do you understand? Yeah. He's been saying that since Game 4. Do you understand? Like, ugh. No, you have to like Apollo's new backstory. True. It's true. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that. Sure brings back memories. Like to yesterday when I said it, when I... like... Oh, okay. Yeah, right. I'm stupid. I thought he was talking about, like, yeah, when I used to say that. Where did Han Solo get his... Oh, God. Oh, I'm gonna throw up. When we were in junior high, Clay's mum passed away in an accident. but he wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Do you want to take Clay?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll take Clay for this scene.
Yeah.
Because you've been talking to yourself for the past like 5 minutes. I'm sorry.
It's true, yeah. No, it's fine.
Mom.
Don't worry, we're not at the trial yet. That'll be your turn.
Get away, Apollo. He'll come over here.
Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either.
Huh?
I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one? But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm... What? But weren't they just... Okay, let the scene play out. I holler, I'm fine, and then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine. Okay, Clay, now it's your turn.
Okay. Clay Terran is fine.
There you go. Now we're both fine.
We're fine. We're fine.
What are you laughing about? See? We're fine.
You laughed first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine.
Like, am I stupid for interpreting like the points up to this point of implying that it was Clay that gave him that line?
It's
Or
a
is
bit
it just
unclear, yeah.
Is it just ambiguous and it felt like, oh, why are we doing this backstory? Oh, wait, we're trying to justify it by him giving him the line. Because the impression I definitely got was like, oh, so that's the reason he says I'm fine. Not that it came from him, but... Actually, this is a mix of that and the FF10 laughing scene. Yeah, true.
Thanks, Apollo.
When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. As long as you don't give up, you can keep on fighting. That's what we believed. As long as you don't give up. Isn't there somebody else who said something similar? I don't think we had this line this stream. If I give
that was last time.
Yeah. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight. Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff, like Mr. Starbuck. That is a weird place in the story for him to be considering that. It's fucking wild. Like, I can't, like, I like it from the perspective of that is just a thought that would occur in Phoenix's mind, but from, like, a writing perspective, it's like, why are we bringing that up now? Like...
Yeah. I kind of wish that this entire scene happened in, like, case 2 or 3. Like... I wish it happened when Clay was still alive, so that everyone can be like, oh, I can't wait to meet him sometime, and then his like the tragedy of his death actually hits harder.
Yeah.
Because they were robbed of the opportunity to meet him, and like, Phoenix should have been saying that about like Court. I think, like, damn, I wish I could make these kids look up to me like they look up to Court.
Yeah, that should have been in case 1.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that's... Well, and like, you kind of got shades of that in, Apollo Justice too. Like, I don't know, it's weird because, like, I feel like Phoenix would be past that kind of thing. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I guess, like, I'm comparing him being a good father for Trucy as opposed to a good mentor for... But, I mean, he'd been leading Apollo on until then... I don't know. Regardless, it feels a bit weird that this is like the moment that the game decided to bring that up.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence. You were already on a leave of You're still meant to be in the hospital, Apollo.
This is basically just a text version of the anime cutscene that they showed at the end of Case 1 for some reason.
Why? What?
Because like it's important that it happens now that you have context for it, but like I think they should have just held on to that cutscene and played it now instead of playing at the end of Case 1.
Yeah, that's like the actual tension there is Apollo's in the hospital, oh no, what happened to him, as opposed to the repeat of this. But like even then, like I feel like honestly, I never even thought that this was, like, before that scene. You know?
Yeah, it's odd. The pacing of this game is so weird. I don't get why they...
It's so weird. It's, like... So the timeline is actually even more confusing, because it goes, like, what is it? 2, Special Case 3... the beginning of 4, case 1, up until before that anime bit, and then you jump into case 4, where both of them have that, and then case... What the fuck? It's so convoluted. Ugh.
What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
You're really serious. Can you at least give me a reason why? When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself.
But that's our goal, too.
I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth. The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek out to turn out to be different? I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo? I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life, in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye? Did he just say goodbye? I sense a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion. He's not walking out on us like this. I'm gonna talk some sense into him.
Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo.
Yeah, you're right, boss.
Alright, that's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. I just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not sure I really like where this is going with Apollo, if I'm being honest. It's just... How do I want to say this? I don't think it really respects Apollo as a character, if that makes sense.
I understand what you mean. Yeah.
Because, like, okay, granted, they didn't plan to take the series in this direction before this game was written, right? Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Ace Attorney happens, and then someone
Written
else
by
is at the
Shu
helm.
Takumi.
Yeah, written by Shu Takumi. And then this game is written by someone else, and seemingly there's a lot of apprehension about the direction the last game went in, so they're trying to correct course. I'm gonna ignore that I have issues with that from the outset, but let's just accept that as the premise.
Apollo in this game, in the next game, feels a lot like Gohan in Dragon Ball Z, where it's like they have no idea what they want to do with this character ultimately, so they keep kind of changing their mind and sending him off in different directions. And then when they settle on a direction that they like, finally in the last arc / third game, the fans are like, "Well, we didn't want that," even though like it's the perfect logical conclusion to their story.
Right. And I guess at this middle step between those two games, it screams like we need to make Apollo more interesting. Because we've get, and the obvious ways are in the way his like backstory is kind of like, I don't want to say rewritten because that's not explicitly true, but it's definitely put in this very important part of him as a character in this game that did not exist before, and like is strange that it would not have been brought up. But even so, there's a subtler thing here that I actually really don't like, and it's, what way is he going compared to Phoenix? Like, that seems to be the major contention here, is that though their paths are diverging, and they are potentially at cross purposes to one another. They are no longer looking for the same thing. Phoenix is looking to defend Mr. Starbuck. Apollo is looking to catch the murderer, right? And I can see that those two things may not lead to the same course of actions. Obviously, they're both aiming for two different things. But, like, I can't read from anything about his character prior to now that gives me any sort of believable direction that he is supposedly going to look in. Like, I can't look back at Apollo's behavior up until this point and see, oh, right, this thing that's kind of been hanging over Phoenix and Apollo is something that they don't that they might actually disagree about in terms of the way the system of law works, for example, would mean that one day they would actually clash about it. But like, Apollo does not give the impression of vigilantism as far as Apollo Justice goes. Yeah, exactly. And like, his and Phoenix's like the way they operate is like almost identical. And of course that makes sense. Like, Phoenix kind of did mentor Apollo for a while. The explicit difference is obviously their powers, right? Athena, Phoenix, and Apollo all have different things about that it weave into their gameplay, right? Phoenix has the Magatama, Apollo has the bracelet, Athena has Widget. But like, that in and of itself isn't like I can't look at those well, I can kind of do it with Athena, but for Phoenix and Apollo specifically, like, they're very, very similar in their actual purpose. Like, they're trying to like break someone out of a lie, right? Someone is not wanting to be truthful about something, and they have two distinct but very similar ways of going about that. But there's not enough meat to that difference mechanically that I can see where that is. Apollo up to this point has been basically Apollo Justice and then has suddenly decided that he's different now, which means that anything before now I can't really use to track his course. But, like, that's kind of the problem. You should have been using, like, you can even do it in hindsight and still make it work. But, like, this just feels so artificial. Like, it does not feel like a natural progression of anyone's character up until this point. I'm left because that is a dramatic scene, and it should be the, like, shit. Are we going to be, like, against Apollo at some point at this? Like, maybe it doesn't pull that trigger, but, like, that could be the possibility. And yet I'm sit here thoroughly whelmed. Like, not that's a dog shit idea, or not that's a great idea, but more just like...
It's an idea.
For what reason? Like, why are we doing this? And that's quite possibly one of the worst things that could have come to mind in that scenario. Oh, man. This game. Apollo's having a mid-series crisis, true. God. Let's get to some music at the very least. Oh.
Yeah. So before we go, though, I'm going to ask, did that scene with Aura make you rethink any of your assumptions about the case?
Sorry, you asked that question in the middle of the judge talking while he was off screen, and I'm just like, wait, what is going on here? Yes. I mean, for starters, I don't think we... she basically had a villain monologue. So, like, the fact she's just like, oh, yes, I happen to see straight through the window to the guy that was some bloke that was holding a lighter. Couldn't see anything about him, but I saw the moment he stabbed it. It's like, okay, yeah, sure you did. Like, you can't go on a villain rant and then expect me to believe you about that. Like, Phoenix obviously just took that at face value and went, okay, person in there, lighter with an Earth symbol on it, nice. And didn't think much of it outside of that. But, like, yeah, I don't trust that at all. I don't know if it makes me rethink any parts of the case, but it's more that, like, that particular thing, like, the things Starbuck talked about afterward and what Aura talked about to us, is, like, it's a red flag to me, but I don't quite know why. Well,
right.
Sorry, no. I know why, I don't know the impact that will actually have, because there's obviously a lot of ways you can twist that.
Your spider sense is going off, but you're not 100% sure what's triggering it yet.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I can sense it, I don't know how to dodge it yet. That's, I think, to continue that metaphor. It's like, yeah, something's coming, but I don't know what it is. And obviously, yeah, and then there's, like... here's the thing, too. And maybe this is part of the reason why maybe it's not actually manifesting in something very specific. But, like... when we got to Fulbright, I was like, oh, you've got fingerprints of everyone, have you? I hope that doesn't just include the people who are in the building. And then they said, you even got Apollo and Athena's fingerprints. And I was like, that's what I needed. Because... clearly something is up here, and I don't trust it, because we've had Candace Arm there, like, we've got Apollo, very determined, but almost, and with the bandage, like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was near the fucking explosion, if I'm being completely honest. Yeah, like, there's already a lot about the case that has me going, no, something's up here. Like, because the obvious thing at the moment is Yuri Cosmos, right? And Aura plays into that. And because I have this instinct about Aura, now I'm like, no, something's still up here. That doesn't make sense. Like, and unfortunately, I'm second guessing myself too, because the game has also done the journey is the focus, not the mystery thing, so much that I'm even rethinking about, like, well, economy of character and all that. Cosmos is the person that makes the most sense here, as, like, the obvious person that did it. And depending on the case we're on, that's either directly been the case, or it's been completely flipped. So, when I'm here, and I'm getting red flags from Yuri, and I'm getting red flags from Aura, and they're, like, opposites of one another, I'm like... I like, almost like, okay, throw that out for a minute, what is left? And that's where the fingerprints and stuff come in, where I'm like, something's up with that. With the bandage on Apollo's face and the fact that we've got everyone's fingerprints, and especially with the hints that Athena has probably stolen robo-tech from the Space Center or something, like, yeah. I think, yeah, that's where my head is at now. Because, like, I was already thinking that this case has something more to it than is, like, being led on. And Aura was, like, extra confirmation that, like, I was on the right track, but I have no idea why that is the right track, if that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah. Anyway.
I'm excited. When we get to the last case, I wanna hear, like, your overview before we get to the end. Like, what was your favorite case? Who have your favorite characters been? You know, that kind of stuff.
But before the last case?
Before we get to the when we finish this case, before we get into the last one, I want to hear, like, your thoughts before the finale and see if they change at all. When we get to the end.
Yeah, because the more this goes on, the more fascinated I am by that final case. Because I'm like, where in, like, well, now I guess it might be a bit more obvious where that might go in terms of, like, the Phantom, because that probably makes the most sense. Like, that may not be resolved this case, but yeah. I am still very curious about where that is going to go. But in the meantime, I'm going to get myself some water, because I voice acted a lot of characters just then.
You sure did, yeah.
Yeah. So we will be right back. I'm back. How's everyone doing? Uh-oh, I lost mod view. Where did mod view go? There it is.
Hello.
Welcome back.
How was your little break?
It's alright. Doing, it's getting a bit warm, but, hey, what's news?
Yeah. It's, because it's the summer for you, right?
It's just turned into, March now, so it should be autumn, but, yeah.
Yeah, our spring is coming in just under 2 weeks.
Your isn't perfectly aligned with the months?
No, we get our new seasons on the solstice, so the 21st of March,
Oh.
June, September, and December.
Huh.
Lousy farmers.
That's interesting. Wonder why so specific? Oh, I guess because of movements of the sun and that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's purely because of the solstice. That's the only reason why.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not a thing here. But then again, I don't think things change based on the season here. We only kind of just arbitrarily measure it as an indication of the weather, so... Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, doing okay, work is tiring me out. I hear that. I was in the office 4 days a week for the first time in, like, probably 2 or 3 years. And we need to do that going forward from, like, May or something like that. Because we're getting a new office. Yeah. Yeah. I think, at the very least, they're not just like, no, it has to be 4 days. It's like, no, if you can't make all 4 days, like, sure, but the expectation is 4 days, so...
Right.
I don't know. My work's been pretty good about it, but, like, it's definitely feeling the... I don't know. I don't really want to get into it because it's a bit too specific, but, there's just been changes higher up than our company that are starting to finally ripple down after years of, being associated, so...
Right.
Yeah. Just need to survive June. I'm crossing all my fingers and toes for you, Charles. You can do it.
You got this, Charles.
Yeah, the reason I was in 4 days a week is I was helping an overseas team get caught up on all of our stuff.
Yeah, I remember we talked about that last week.
Which, you know, was, like, really fulfilling, but at the same time, it's fucking exhausting. And especially, like, changing my routine to make sure I could be in the office to help them. It's just, yeah. It's been a weird one. Alright. Speaking of weird ones, Judge? You good?
Oh, yes.
I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something.
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise.
Oh, yes, my apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed.
I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate.
He crashed out, as the youth say. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So, you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has occurred in the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time?
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader.
Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colourful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. He's the only one that ever gets the weird ones.
Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to open the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct.
So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect.
There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements?
Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. Might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold.
Accursed fellow. He killed my witness. He killed Detective Arm.
You definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim at the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of his trial.
It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge, and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already, old man?
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotted after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy.
Oh.
In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene.
They saw a third person? I see my sister has been running her mouth.
That's right. I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's sister.
No matter. She can see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there's no evidence to indicate that this person was a defendant.
I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there. I forgot the hottest woman in the world is in this case, yeah. It's a shame she's mean to robots, but... yeah.
We need to determine if a third person was there or not. To end this, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well, bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand.
Why did I say victim? What the fuck?
God. Oh my god, he brought the scooter. Or the Segway.
He's very short, remember? He probably needs to see over the stand.
Yeah. We love to stand a short king.
I believe I've seen you before in newspapers.
Of course you have. Of course you have. I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which of course was named after me, Yuri Cosmos.
Shut up! You pompous asshole. I definitely did not have name change to Cosmos after I left Russia. Don't ask question.
You hear of Operation Paperclip? I was talked about Operation Stapler.
God. The food they serve you in Wilds looks like what people on Tumblr say about Ghibli food. Yeah, well, here's the thing, Cookie. The video game equivalent of that is already existed, and it's, well, I suppose not in the same way. But, like, when I think of impressive video game food, I don't think of Wilds. I think of Yakuza, and that one scene with, like, the insane bread physics. I wish I could remember which Yakuza that was in. But yeah, sorry.
Don't you have anything you wish to ask me?
Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging.
7 years ago, I successfully launched the Hit 1. And... everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I see this young lad has proper appreciation of greatness.
I love Blackwell.
Then allow me to begin my epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history.
That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now.
Like, there's something very satisfying about someone, like, on paper saying something so complimentary, but in delivery and, like, aura is like, this is not a compliment. The fact that you are eating this up speaks more about this whole situation than any particular word I said. Mwah. To be fair, Monhoon has been the benchmark of video game food for a while. Worlds had some good shit. Yeah, I've definitely seen a lot of animations from it. I still haven't found the animation in Wilds of, like, the slab of meat with, like, the multiple bones in it that gets cut up and that. I imagine that has to be... that's probably something, like, way later in high rank, because...
I think it's... No, I think you can see that now if you just use the barbecue spit to cook a certain type of meat.
Oh, maybe I'm only ever using the one... because I'm usually using the portable thing?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. If you use it to grill meat instead of to make a meal, you get like a mini game where you have to cook the meat to perfection and then slice it. And I think there was like a glitch where if I can't remember how you trigger it, but it's like if you use it in a certain place or with a certain type of meat, when you slice it, it looks like you're cutting like bones out of it, kind of.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, I guess I never did that because I guess in the situations where I was preparing a meal, I was just like, fuck it, prepare a meal, give me the recommended, and dump on the time if I need it, and not really thinking much more about it.
Yeah.
You get that when cooking raw meat. Gotcha. I guess I got more... I have problems with the tutorialization of Wilds, but I don't think that's one of them, where I just, like, never selected an option.
Sounded more like more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos.
I certainly did not, Luca. Complete opposite. Wilds hands me a recipe. Aha! It's probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony. Please.
Even the judge is catching on. Like, oh dear. This is going to be a long testimony if we don't cut this short. I saw at the scene.
What I saw at the scene. Detective Arnhem and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
So you didn't actually see any identifying things. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Judge had the face hold back, he's gotten wise. Yeah, true. True. Oh, those old
I
people
see.
and their stories.
So, in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge.
I just noticed something. Yeah. Somebody put someone in the garbage chute, I think. Well, actually, no. What was the knob behind the glass next to the fingerprint reader? Do we know what actual function that
No,
had? No.
Athena said it looked like a cooking dial, but you never actually learned what
right.
it's for.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, I just noticed that is in a different position. Because I was just thinking, if both of them came out of the launch pad and they only saw two people, well, granted it was dark, I believe they may not have been able to see a body that's like off in the side of the room or something like that. But, you know, where would you hide a body if you could?
And just after the victim had been killed.
Oh, the horror, the humanity. But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosions, wouldn't you say?
I know my Russian accent's terrible, but I'm having so much fun doing it.
Yeah, no.
save my men.
Honestly, like, at least for my ear, it's working. Obviously, I don't yet. I do have a coworker that actually has a very thick accent, and yeah.
Bless it. I just love, I think Russian and like Southern are like my two favorite accents to do. It's just so much fun every time.
Yeah.
To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Risking my own life for theirs.
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away.
Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
He's calling in an assist every time he does the pose. That's good. Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Alright. What do I want to press? Watched toward the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. Actually, I'd like to press this. Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well.
Yes, but in their haste, Detective Armor rushed ahead of me towards the control room.
Did she now?
All I could do was merely follow behind her.
I don't believe that. I see.
So we peeked into a boarding lounge from the control room door, and we saw. Oh no, you already said this. I'm just having too much fun. I'm the momentum
Yeah, no,
is
I
too
can
strong.
tell. Actually, before... Oh, right. Thank you. Diagrams. Right. Space Museum info... Do we have any evidence saying who has access? There we go. Can only be operated by the director. So I find it odd that Arm would have ran to the control room. I mean, she knows she has the director with her, but given her ability to probably access it,
Yeah, she wouldn't have been able to go on ahead.
yeah, that doesn't line up quite, but let's press other things before we do that. We saw a figure. Alright, expand on this. So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly, or what they were doing?
Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanation is there?
Thank you for the leading statement. So close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person's a third party.
I don't relish in this, and
I don't know if presenting this is much of a contradiction, though. Like, based on his expanded explanation, I find there's a hole there, but in terms of this statement, that's not... Like, it's a stretch. He didn't update his statement to... Pardon?
Have you pressed every statement yet?
I haven't, no. I'm just thinking out loud.
Ah, okay.
Sure. Aura Blackwill also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge. She gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
yet, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. But other than that, I could see little else.
Sorry, what? That seems odd. Why would it illuminate the area around their feet, but not their face?
That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who other person was.
I guess to some degree I probably shouldn't put too much weight into the image that's presented from Aura's testimony, or Aura's statement, rather. But that doesn't seem to line up. Obviously, it could have been at two different times, which is one thing, but... So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct?
I would like to believe that Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Is that correct, Great Space Center Director?
Yeah, that is right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark, and the figure vanished.
You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
And what exactly is odd about a person disappearing?
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant.
What?
When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Oh, okay, alright, that makes a bit more sense, at least. Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene?
Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
That sounds like a long time. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time.
Now, because of that, I'm just thinking of Starbuck killing Terran and then doing the death drop onto the floor.
Yeah.
Just from like a standing position.
Yep. He turned his physics off.
Yeah. Like you see his Cosmo look away and just whoop.
2 frames.
But what escape route could this person have used?
The direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono?
So, this is one of those times I'm actually glad there's a bit more of the auto-thinking through things, because I think that makes more sense for Phoenix to be, like, a little bit ahead of it and, like, very clearly thinking through. Because last stream I made the comment that, like, the game was being a bit too leading with one of its things, but this is just, like, this is a different, like, version of that writing, where it's like, no, let's get past all the boring sort of assumptions we could make and get down to the meat of, like, actually proving these things.
Yeah.
And, again, it's nice to see Phoenix, like, actually, like, not flustered in this situation, despite, like, it's quite complex. He's, like, automatically thinking of these things. Yeah.
Real question is, do you have any proof?
I say that and then... well...
We're just talking possibilities. We could each profess whatever we like. And mate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it.
What I say was your proof that its quaint kingdom exists.
On your theory, a work of fiction, boss.
Thank you, Athena. I got the gist of it. And he's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Duh.
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arm saw the figure and raised her gun.
We still have the map. So the bullet was like around here. I don't know if Mina can actually see my mouse. Probably not.
I can see it, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So around here. So shot. Yeah, that would kind of line up with where the grate was on the other side of the launch pad. Well, actually, no. Because didn't they say they were around here? Okay.
Being a great humanitarian protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
Oh. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure?
I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer.
That makes me think she saw something. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun?
I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots right into their head.
2?
This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony.
2 shots?
Hold it!
And neither of these shots hit the culprit.
That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose.
But did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? That's the first time that info has come out. I wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. 2 warning shots. What's the best one to single bullet hole? I mean, it's like the absence of a second one, I guess, is the thing here.
That's probably your best bet, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it like the wording of this evidence is so specific. It just says a single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. It's not like the single bullet hole in this part of the boarding lounge. It's just in the entire boarding lounge, yeah.
Yeah.
Objection!
But we did also have an oxygen tank explosion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing?
You doubt my virulence words that will someday be written down in history books.
So you're going to blow the Segway's engine. Somehow, I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand?
You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene.
What?
Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired. No, Phoenix, it does not mean that. God damn it, you asshole. Oh, okay, hold on. Back up. He might be actually doing the smart thing. And yet, Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. Okay, no, he's being stupid. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Sorry, I was doing my Yuri voice for Lachlan.
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! Yeah, I thought I was gonna get a challenge.
You should know the answer to that already.
I should.
As if in the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears the thing that ruptured it was a bullet.
Left side. Okay.
A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise.
Ah, what? We just conveniently hit off screen, and the police never. The police, despite the detective being very amicable to you, didn't raise this even once. Who'd have thought? Like, come the fuck on.
This bullet was fired from a 38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun.
What was the caliber of this thing again? There's 3 shots that happened? What? Victim's oxygen tank was struck by a bullet.
Rifling marks also match up. There is no question that a bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
The bullet found near the victim's oxygen tank. It was fired from a 38 caliber handgun.
Rifling marks, they're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from?
Once per game.
Once per game.
One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots.
My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone.
So that bullet hole was from a 38 caliber, huh? I better update the record.
The only bullet hole found in the boarding lounge was made by a bullet fired from a 38 caliber gun.
Very good. Now that we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all your questions?
Sure fucking doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, it does not. I always have more. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a 38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a third person.
Oh?
Oh. Phoenix, honey.
Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene?
Take that!
And what is this this metal pellet supposed to be?
I suppose, to be fair to the judge, this is an incredibly small bullet.
Yeah.
Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
You found it where?
Piece of sweet corn. In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's 38 calibers.
Then that means...
Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. third person who had a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Oh wow, yeah, that really is lifting him up a fair ways. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. Yeah, but the directions are all... Oh, shit. I didn't think that was gonna skip it. What? What is happening? Oh, autoplay. Jesus Christ. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. No, that makes sense. Sorry, clicking buttons. Pressing buttons is fun. Hang on, wait. Yeah, no, the direction of these is kind of backward. Because if the person in the room fired at them, why did it hit the southern wall? Which would make a bit more sense, right? Because then it would make... Okay, so if they're from here, Court, Jesus Christ. Arm is shooting this way. The person would be shooting up toward the control room. Bullets found here. If, however, they entered from the southern part, then they would have fired... Yeah, then she would have fired to the north, and they would have fired to the south. Who doesn't love to press buttons? Exactly. I'm always saying this. But why would you lie about going from the control room, sir? The third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun, and in return the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos?
It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you are absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us.
What's this now?
What?
You never breathed a word of any of this to me before.
Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know?
Foolish old geezer.
So Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw.
You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you're just another witness.
Who gets at least 1 or 2 free get-out-of-perjury-free cards a trial.
You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony.
What I really saw at the scene.
Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, tearing the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant?
Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos had discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So, I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but what he's saying here is obviously incorrect. the person didn't fire into the control room. They fired to... Well, the bullet ended up in the southern part of the room, so I have to imagine it actually was fired in that direction. Not that we saw any bullet holes or anything like that. But... And from that, I went, well, obviously he's lying about being in the control room. They were at the southern door. But then, if that were true, then the person that ran away could not have used the southern door. They could only use the control room, and only one person can actually control that door. I mean, unless you cut off the director's hand, but I'm pretty sure that would have come up at some point if that was actually the case. That seems like a big deal. Which makes me think that the person standing over Terran was actually Cosmos. But we'll see.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lot. Miss Sandra Wine, it is you who was cut down.
Huh? Huh?
Huh? Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Space Boy was the killer as well.
They got standard issue 10 caliber pistols for people who go to space.
Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired with a 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the Warden Lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with the weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence.
What evidence?
Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit.
He was found unconscious while, like... That cut again.
Planting things on people doesn't exist.
He's been in prison so long that he forgets people can smuggle things or plant things on each other.
Yeah. I did forget all about that.
Look, your boldness, how deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Wow, we sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. The bullet the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly?
That is a great question, Your Honor.
It hit me.
What?
So does that mean you're a ghost? I was wondering when you would realize of your boldness.
Wait, he is a ghost?
Director Cosmos is an authentic bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
I don't appreciate being played like this, Blackwell.
Eek!
Objection!
Ghosts aren't fucking real!
And Phoenix is like, well, actually, Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman.
Your boldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case... How did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos?
I'm glad you asked. It was miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself.
Did it hit his medal? One of the stars looks different. The second he said that, I'm just searching his person for, like, is there anywhere that could look like a bullet hole? Yeah. Yeah, there it is.
The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, thereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life.
Which would send it in the other direction. Also, it's really, like, we had a bit of we had a well, we haven't had the cross-examination yet, but we had witness testimony, and we still haven't gotten back around to it. That's unbelievable.
I have to check this out. Oh wow, look at that. There's one extra Gaxa star.
The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle.
It's beginning to feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
Yeah, I always thought that positioning was a bit weird. Well, actually...
There all along.
And why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos?
Literally heading to Gendo
What
Akari.
the fuck?
A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding?
Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
Because this whole thing kind of hinges on the fact that he did actually get shot in the medal, and it bounced the bullet backward. Or back down the south side of the room.
But that doesn't really track with where he was standing, though, right?
Well, furthermore, he said they were still in the control room when he got shot. And whilst I could believe that there's a chance it would go back out, it's probably more likely it would just ricochet within the control room. Edmund and I rushed the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
So, in other words, you were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct.
Something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Ah, it was miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet the figure fired hit me when I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor.
In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door.
Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east.
And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a 10 caliber gun.
But the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great.
I don't really know the physics behind it either, but, like, I find it hard to believe... No, I guess that might make sense. That if it hits something if it hits something metallic that's resting on someone, that when it hits, it would actually lose a lot of momentum, because it's not like a piece of steel up against a piece of steel hitting, where a lot of the energy gets bounced back, because that would get hit into the person and dispersed other ways. Therefore, the energy that comes back to kick the bullet back off the metal would be far less than that it hit with. So, like, would it drop straight down? Would it, like, bam, and then, like, you know, kind of have enough momentum to roll off somewhere? Would it ricochet like in a cartoon, like it didn't lose any momentum at all? Yeah. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm the king of all the cosmos.
Na 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 na. Ace Attorney Gamashi.
Objection!
Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie.
A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history?
My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mysterious figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have travelled in this direction. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet here.
Oh.
This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Speed.
Spin.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit is metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency?
Of course.
I didn't think so. What?
Loho's expression doesn't change there.
Yeah.
Oh, great Director Cosmos.
Ah?
Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you?
That... Okay. My accusation is based. Thank you, Cookie.
You were looking into the lounge from a door to the south, is that not right?
I guess he did it for us. This lawyer shit is easy. Just make him say something else. What are you getting at?
Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest.
Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair?
Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from a southern door. The killer fired there, and that was why the bullet was found in the south.
Ah. That makes some sense, actually.
Also, a witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Funny that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, assuming you continue to not think of other reasons why that would be disadvantageous, yes, the only person who could have left through the control room is the director. So if someone other than the director was the killer, they couldn't have gone through the control room, therefore they would have had to be in the room, therefore it was Starbuck. Huh? I've got a bad feeling about this.
How about it, Director? If you don't tell the truth this time.
Oh, I thought he'd already done that.
He did it at the start of the last trial, but not since the start of this one.
Yikes. His handcuffs. You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell you the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door.
What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far.
And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room.
I have? How? Oh, honey.
Oh, sweetie.
Oh,
Director and
diddums.
detective.
Did someone forget to put their brain in today?
Oh, is someone get addicted to crack? Is someone get addicted to crack?
Fuck.
The director and the detective were near the southern door. Meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through here. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints.
You were cooler when you were forging evidence.
In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
Hey, Blackwell. Hey, Blackwell. Why did the director lie about where he was standing? Why would he have lied about that? Huh? Oh, my third person just disappeared. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks.
Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, ain't that right? Duh, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in Eastern Control Room, it would mean culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in control room to invent an escape route for the third person.
What a convoluted lie. Is he really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense's argument, the possibility of a third person has crumbled. No! It's over.
Yikes. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think! This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. Yeah, like, for example, there were two people involved in the crime. There were two people coming from the corridor. Two people entered the room. We're looking for a third person. possible one of those two people was the third person? If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait. What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person.
The defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director.
Oh, we don't have his badge as evidence yet. Huh. Okay. I was going to check if it actually specified whether it was the 10 caliber bullet that hit it or not.
There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
Oh, this had better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is the one person who could have escaped the boarding lounge?
It was Ponko.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door, after all.
But that means...
Combat capable, oh my god. Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos.
Ah! What?
What?
Order! Order in the court, I say. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm, and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that, and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots.
Yeah, I've been hit. I've been hit on the starboard side.
Ready the Yamato cannons!
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy shift, sir. A magnificent shot.
Warning shots fired from enemy ship. Prepare to intercept.
Like, Athena and Cosmos are about to duck behind their respective desks to try and, play shoot at each other. Will you stop this
Cosmos.
idiocy?
You have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit. I've been hit on port side. The enemy is called in reinforcements.
That was a quick flip from Blackwell. Earth to Cosmos Control Center, requesting permission to ask that you return to reality.
Yeah, because Blackwell's all about being in control, right? Like, he fucking hates it when things aren't going to his plan.
Well, I think it's less that and more that he's just accepted what Wright has presented as correct. And that
I think it's because of Cosmos' reaction. Like, Yuri didn't say, oh, no, you're wrong. He's like, oh, how could you? Oh!
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scar. If Director Cosmos is a third person or a Blackwell saw, this that literally a minute ago. What are you fucking doing? God, it's actively been getting worse. I think. Like earlier on in the game, I was like, no, I can see that this might bear repeating, but like. This third person fired a detective arm and returned the detector. Yeah. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Like, this is literally... I don't think there's been a gameplay section between that statement there and this one. Well, actually, no.
There was, yeah. There was
No.
one piece of evidence you presented.
Yeah. One evidence ago. Yeah, okay. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. It shows that he got... Whoa, oh, okay, wait, whoa, actually, hold on, sorry, there's something I didn't consider before. So... Oh, no, that does make sense. Okay, so before when we were talking about the bullets, one was shot into the screen, one was said to have ruptured the tank, and then the other was found in the southern part of the lounge. Now we're reframing this and saying, the 10 caliber shot was shot toward the southern wall first, then Arm opened fire. One of those shots hit the screen, and one of those shots hit his badge. Which means that the bullet is next to the tank, not because it ruptured it, but because that's where Cosmos was standing. So then what ruptured the tank? I guess it could have, like... I guess it could have been deflected off the badge into that. Maybe it still had enough momentum there.
Or it could have been the 10 caliber gun fired by the third person.
But why would that have... No, but that was being shot at Arm.
According to the Cosmos, Arm is dead. We don't have her side of the story.
Well, Sorry, I feel like that's probably leading me on a bit too much, Mina.
No, I don't think it is. I think you're taking all of the things that Cosmos says at face value.
But no. But I'm not saying that was true. I'm comparing the fabricated story to what we actually know, right? And the story we've got, like, I was trying to get there in terms of, like, does that all make sense? Like, what could have transpired to have that happen? Do you understand what I mean?
Sorry, the way you were talking about it was as if you were saying it doesn't make sense because Arm fired into the wall and into the oxygen tank.
Well, right, because I hadn't gotten to the step of unraveling what other things could have been the possibility there. Because...
Alright, I thought the statement was, this doesn't make sense because that, not, like... Okay, sorry, I'll shut up.
No, yeah, I completely understand where you're coming from with that, but yeah, sorry, that was not where my head was at. Sorry. So yeah, like, the thing that's been kind of... The thing is that we've got two places we know a bullet impacted, and then one reasonable assumption that it did. So, like, if a 38 caliber bullet actually hit Cosmos's metal, then the 10 caliber bullet, assuming it was a bullet that ruptured the tank, would have been shot into the tank. But then... Did he fucking miss? Did he try and shoot Clay, shot the tank, and then heard the gunshot and started firing? Wait, was Clay even... Oh my god, okay, now my mind is racing now, because Aura's also put the idea of the fucking person holding a lighter and the knife, which is something we haven't talked about yet. And now I'm even more confused. Because why... If he had the knife and Clay was already dead, why would he shoot the gun at... Why would he shoot a gun at the tank? It makes more sense that he opened fire on Arm, but then the question is, like, how did the tank rupture? But if you accept that, like, he fired at the tank, the only thing I can think of that he was trying to kill Clay like that. But then, like, he must not have been dead then. Huh. Sorry, yeah, this one has sent my mind racing a bit more than I thought it was going to, if I'm being honest. Okay, sorry, Phoenix, what were you saying? Detective Harm discovered him in the lounge. It only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Right, therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Right, because now that is an indication that he got shot by Arm, not that he got shot by the third person, quote-unquote. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge.
Ugh. Brace for further impact.
Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. The bullet. The bullet found near the victim's oxygen tank would have hit it, like... We're making an assumption here that hitting the metal makes it kind of drop where it is or something like that. So...
Take that!
Yep. The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos's metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for.
The bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon deck.
Did he start spinning faster?
Yeah.
If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank?
It was the 10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? Oh, and Phoenix makes that connection automatically. Huh. You know what it is? It was the fact that, like, yes, it was the bullet found near the tank that made me go, wait, so are we sure that the tank ruptured because of a bullet? That's kind of why my head was at, no, or at least, like, hadn't just completely, moved away from the possibility that Cosmos shot toward Arm.
Yeah, I guess
Because that's, like, it's, like, at least slightly believable, and when the game is vague about something like that, or, like, doesn't say the tank shot by a bullet, but rather the ruptured tank next to the bullet, I think, so those are different things then, right? But, yeah. Anyway.
No, you've got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again? It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet.
Gods.
Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth.
If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar,
and accept your fate and tell the truth.
Are you giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Ugh. But the cosmos revolves around me.
Sure it does. Yeah! Awesome! Oh my god, his fucking mustache has physics during that too.
Someone get me off this thing.
Stop revving it. Stop revving it. You could stop it.
Order in the court. Will someone please stop the witness from spinning?
Play the It Is a Mystery song? Yeah. God. Someone at least please take away the segue from him. We've got boxes around here.
Phew, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal.
Damn.
So he just took it off of him while he was spinning.
Yeah. And just let him spin. Like, didn't even stop him, just like swiped it off him and went, alright, I'll go take this to get a look at, and just fucking left him spinning for multiple minutes. God.
It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Oh, you're right, Tarka
Arms
might have
on.
swiped it. Arms on.
Yeah. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you've got it all wrong. This is just misunderstanding.
Is he gonna start piling on more lies?
It looks like it. No matter how many lies he tells us, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Oh, that was a slow fade out. Huh. Would you be keen to go for, like, one more hour? Or
Sure,
is that
that
gonna be
works
too
for me.
late? Okay, cool.
No, that should be fine.
Sweet. I think we will take a break, though. This is getting a little warm in here, and I could use more water.
Sounds Gucci.
Okay. Yeah, I'm... Maybe I'm a bit too ahead of where the case is gonna go, but and also I think it is also odd that Cosmos wasn't like, oh no, battle stations and all that for that particular point. Like, the fact he was saying, no, that was a misunderstanding, actually makes me think there might be something to that, but I guess we'll find that out after I get some fucking water.
Drink.
Yes. I'm back. Ugh, excuse me. I do live. It's true. Oh, excuse me. Still a lot to this that I'm not sure about. Like, I'm still not... I'm wondering at this stage if there's going to be another investigation section to this case. Or maybe this case doesn't actually get fully resolved. This is a pretty wild case, yeah. Because, like, we haven't really even touched on the veracity of Aura's Aura's, statement. And obviously, like, the lighter knife combo is very specific. And a lot of this has to do with timing. Because... like, when did Aura see what she saw compared to Arm? And... like, it's extremely convenient that Arm just isn't alive right now to talk about what happened. But at the same time, like, even before we get to that, I'm just not really sure what the motivation of shooting the oxygen tank is. Like, unless he saw the footage. And then there's the whole thing about the camera going out to the fingerprint reader. And fuck, there's the fact that the knob next to the fingerprint reader is different before and after the crime. Like, what the fuck was that about? Because at this stage, I'm thinking of, like, did someone get chased off and then came back to the crime scene to finish things off? Because we wouldn't have any evidence of that, right? And if Cosmos was shooting at the oxygen tank, my primary thought, like I said before, is that he was trying to shoot Clay, but in the dark he couldn't actually... He misfired or whatever. And that's when... Arm opens fire. But I'm also thinking, like... like, this person clearly had enough time to plant the explosive remote on, Starbuck. And... he wasn't at the scene, right? And... Cosmos' testimony at this point's been blown wide open, so, like, who knows what has actually transpired now, and that's probably where we're gonna have to lean on Aura to actually shine some light on what happened. Because we don't have camera footage, Arm is dead, and we only have Cosmos to talk about it, but he's obviously a biased party because he was the one that fucking did it. Or seems to have done it at this stage. Did he actually get chased off by Arm? But if he had the opportunity, like, clearly the culprit came back to the crime, like, assuming someone did get chased off, It's a shame dead woman can't speak. Yeah. It's a shame that's never been a thing. If only Maya was here. Remember Maya... Honestly, I'm kind of surprised Maya hasn't come up in this game at all. Well, I mean, she... There's a very vague well, there's a light reference to her, but, like... Considering the amount of, like... Phoenix play that the game's gotten out so far and kind of playing on nostalgia, I'm actually kind of surprised that she doesn't actually get brought up, because that's like an easy nostalgia point. But then again, if you showed her, that probably would have been more art or a character model you had to put in that, you know, quite frankly, this game has a lot of characters, a lot of character models, and a lot of, like, easy to do, but a lot of animations as a result. Well, easier to do because you don't have to hand animate them. Or hand draw them, sorry. But yeah. It's also, like, fully committing to abandoning new characters. If they did Athena, I don't think they do Maya in the same game. That is true. Like, the only reason we really had Pearl in the special episode was because there was kind of room for her to actually interact with the crime to some degree, but also to charge the Megatama. Whereas, like, Maya is essentially... Well... Because, I guess, like, Trucy is still here too, and she's kind of just in the background. If they did Maya as well, I feel like she'd just be hanging about as much as Trucy. Using Maya is like using Uncle Ben. God, you're not wrong. I really... Like, I don't know what happens in, Spirit of Justice? Is that the 6th game? I don't actually remember if that's the title or not. I feel... Okay, that is the one. Yeah. I'm, like... I don't know if I would... It would be... Okay, it would be very funny, at least, if, like, we come back in... Maya appears in Spirit of Justice, and then she's just, like, in jail again. Like...
I am back.
Oh god, what happened this time? Welcome back. Yeah, I got to talking about, like, Oh, we got to talking about, like, it's very convenient, is dead in this scenario because Cosmos just has free reign with the, scenario here, which is creating a lot of problems for my thought process right now. Maya would never get arrested again. No, you're right, she's finally learned her lesson. Yeah, and then we got on to Maya, and I noted that, like, you know, it's kind of odd that, like, considering how much the game is kind of playing on nostalgia a bit with, like, Phoenix being in the front seat a lot of the time, that they haven't really brought up Maya a lot.
Yeah.
But obviously, like...
Odd.
With, like, Athena, Apollo, and Trucy, the, like, defense side of the cast is, like, fairly... It's got a lot of characters right now. Adding a 5th to that just for nostalgia... I wouldn't have put it past this game, honestly, but it would also make it, like, quite annoying to... Well, not annoying. It would make it quite dense. Make it very dense. Alright. Why the fuck you lying?
Why you always lying?
Oh my god.
Stop fucking lying.
Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They're claiming that you were this third person. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. The great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur.
Damn.
I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly?
The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this.
Fine, I'll tell the truth. It's just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in boarding lounge. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for killer, so I escaped to the control room. I went past elevators, and all the way around to boarding lounge 1 again. I came behind Detective Arm and pretended to be second on scene.
Fuck you! Shut up! But there was still third other person there, I swear. Shut
What
up!
a troublesome old man you are, with such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then... Are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at lounge alone, I saw true killer.
Uh-huh.
The great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Uh-huh. Bro! Like... Now, hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No?
No, it wasn't me. I saw a person as well. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall.
Yeah, it is an excellent point.
Yeah, okay. To be fair, that was separated by a to be continued.
Well, it makes some sense if you told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck.
Still, a lie's a lie, Athena.
So, Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit, but where's the proof?
I just remember. I have alibi.
Okay, let him cook.
New thing I forget until now is alright. Miss Blackwell says she saw killer at 10 AM, correct?
10 AM on the dot. You seemed fairly confident in that. Oh no. Oh, hold on a second. Yes, and?
Well, I was on 4th floor helping evacuation effort.
I got a question for I got a question for the game right now. How do the robots get around?
Like, that's suspicious.
Yeah, like...
That's weird.
Yeah, just like, hold on a second. You saw this person doing this very specific thing at this exact time. And you like robots a lot, you say. Like... They have little first-class trouble doors. Oh, that makes sense.
Ask any member of staff you like that corroborate me.
Was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. I mean, that is true. Aura did say... Well, no. It was the detective that told Aura to throw the ladder out the window, wasn't it?
Yeah, the detective on duty, yeah.
Yeah.
Director is not fibbing to the court for once. I can confirm he has an alibi for the time specified.
So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. and that you arrived at the lounge after that.
Yes, and I believe person I saw is the same person Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure than less of person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely silhouette of Earthling.
The fucking the image that just leaped to mind is that one image of someone in a blue badger costume about to like hit or like attack Edgeworth, but it's actually like it's actually Clonko and it's about to attack Clay. Oh, sorry, no, you're right, Luca. It is the killer from Danganronpa. You're right. Still haven't caught that guy. He's in another universe now. That's impressive. Definitely the silhouette of an Earthling, huh?
As long as he has an alibi. We can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer.
No, we can't. And again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw.
Very well. Director Cosmos, your testimony, please.
Actually, it's the suspect from Detective Hildebrand. What I really, 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 really witnessed, I promise, ×2.
As I tried to enter the lounge, true killer inside fired a gun at me.
What?
I hid to avoid getting shot.
Objection! This motherfucker is not dodging bullets.
But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air.
Oh shit. What if they hid in the garbage? Well, no, but he's now claiming he... Yeah, okay, no, but their side of the story is going to be that this is Starbuck all doing this. But from my perspective, like, Starbuck is still missing. If I am assuming there is a third person here, obviously the garbage chute is one of them. Shoot a bullet, run to the garbage chute yourself, get in there. God, thank you, Luca.
I was near elevator side door, and, well, launchpad 1 door. In control room door should have been shut tight to the killer.
Locked room mystery. Number 27,252. You were shot at by the killer as well? And then they disappeared?
Yes, though, luckily, no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank.
Fucking what?
I know because I hear ping. That must have been sound of air tank being ruptured. Wait, but I thought the bullet hit his metal?
That was Detective Arm's bullet, remember?
Right. What a mess this is turning into. So, let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit had shot a 10 caliber bullet at him.
Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it.
And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. When Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him.
Oh god, Luca. Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. This case, really, specifically. He just gets to make up whatever the fuck he wants until we actually untangle all the bullshit he's saying.
This way is meta. Looks like one of them almost took him out too.
Good summary. But that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared.
I am ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but... when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. Conveniently. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. But what I found was Terran with knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor.
Oh.
So we have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route.
Is he just saying that because he wants to get Starbuck off? Would be consistent with that from before, I guess, but... and doesn't make his... Does that make his case any weaker or stronger if he suggests that? I don't think so. Wants to what? Don't worry about it. I said what I said. Oh, God.
Vanished without a trace is truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
He lives for his men, Luca. I don't understand what's so, weird about that.
Silence.
A riddle of the ages, but I'd rather know. How a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. Great man is always understood and misunderstood in his own time. But he must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand.
Wow. That might be the first true statement he's said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly?
Simple, because it was Spaceboy himself. When he was spotted by the director in Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of his vanishing culprit.
Because you can hide a body in the garbage chute, but you could easily just... you could even easier just hide a gun in there. Just launch the body into space with the rocket you have. Oh, of course. Why did no one think of that? I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter-evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor?
No, because it was dark as black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck or other person until other person vanished and I entered the room.
That wasn't exactly helpful.
I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono?
Can't find any holes in this testimony, but I can't give up.
Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help?
Huh?
When the director was giving his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord.
Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you can do with him.
You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss the chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me.
Alright. What do we got? Oh. Nothing on the first one. Athena, show me this guy. Widget, show me this guy's balls. True killer inside fired a gun at me. I hid to avoid getting shot. Of course, he's on the fucking Segway. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into thin air. And you weren't surprised. That seems odd. I was near the elevator side door. Well, the launch pad door. One door. And the control room door should have been shut tight to the killer. Why would there's a lot of spaces where he doesn't have any emotion. That's interesting. Okay. Let's run through these again. Tried to enter the lounge. Kind of surprised there isn't an emotion here, considering the bombs going off, but sure. Get shot at. Reasonably angry, very surprised, very sad. That is kind of an odd one. I think this one...
profound sadness.
You look into my heart, it's sadness all the time. even when you manage to outsmart Apollo, especially when I manage to outsmart Apollo. I think I'm going with this.
Got it!
Must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air.
I did. That kind of thing that doesn't just happen, usually.
And yet, at the time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence.
What? What are you?
I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea of where they went. Isn't that right?
What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I can enter control room. The area beyond the launch pad door is filled with smoke, making it impossible.
But you even pointed out a third option here. Well, actually, no, he's probably talking about all three doors. Like, there was a door that had, like, a, person and a robot on it with, like, an up and down thing. I have to imagine it's this one, because that leads to the elevators.
I was standing right there. So there was nowhere for killer to run.
Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, yes? What if the culprit took that opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door?
I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arlen came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. And even trying to escape through there would have been caught by her.
And yet the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use?
It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds in his testimony. Go get him.
Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. I think it's the sadness. Because that's, like, angry because you got shot at. Yep. Shocked that you got shot at. Absolutely. Sad? That makes me think you realized who it was. I was near the elevator side door. Yeah, okay, that's what that means. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna say...
Got it.
No? Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright.
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion in here somewhere.
Yeah, maybe it's the sadness there. But... I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily unexpected, because that's, like, the launch pad door, right? I'd expect, like, a bit of lingering emotion of, like, oh god, the situation that's happening. I hope it's not this.
Got it.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launch pad door. The fuck did... Okay.
The great Yuri Cosmos, afraid?
Isn't this mechanic great?
And what basis do you have for outlandish accusation?
Like, even with this line of logic, it's like, yeah, thinking about the launch pad. The thing that just blew up. Don't know why you'd be afraid of that. Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it.
I'm most certainly not.
Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there?
Wow, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail right in the head, boss. Well, I'll just input those 2 pieces of data, and yes, just what I wanted to see.
Ooh.
Presto changeo, less discord. Looks like we're on the right track.
Thanks, Athena. Now it makes sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the Launchpad 1 door. Did he see it close or something? When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, did the real killer escape through here?
Take that.
The culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they?
Yes, I mean no. Disaster to starboard. We're going to crash into an asteroid.
Master Tactician, you are not.
But the area beyond the door was filled with smoke, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we have people in spacesuits. True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. We can figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door. We should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies.
But that door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck Terran and I have access. I don't see how Killer could have opened security door lock, do you?
That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past that security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock. Would they not have been locked out as a result of that? I don't know why I went in this direction, but sure.
That's...
Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anybody could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. I wish there was an easy way to do a Doppler effect kind of thing, just like sitting next to a microphone, because the idea of him going as he does that is very funny to me.
Yeah.
Looks like he does have something to hide about the Launchpad 1 door. And I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. But I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet.
You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it?
Huh? Oh, yes, by all means.
There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1.
Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor?
If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, that might be recorded in the security footage as well. Then the mystery would be solved. What do you think of my logic?
Oh dear.
I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your boldness.
Okay, in his defense, I don't think anyone's brought up the fact that the camera cut. So, y'all can shove that.
I beg your pardon? Look, if we play the security footage beyond this point...
Wait, you mean that's not a still image? Why didn't we play that earlier in court? Oh, now I just look like a fool.
Oh my, the footage cuts off. The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage out after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. And I thought it was such a good idea to... Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, doesn't mean you should try and show off too much, Grandpa Boldness.
Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild?
I think his grandchild just learned a little bit about the harshness of the adult world.
Yeah, okay, that's great, Athena. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? That sounded like a threat to me. setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge?
Yeah. If I must.
I need to avoid getting shot. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. So you see, the killer could have only escaped to the launch pad, right? No. Can't be. Surely it's not the sadness again, right? But then the whole thing disappeared there too. Sure, we'll go through this dialogue. What do you think about Director Cosmos's emotional responses, Athena?
Actually, my cat is really sick, you know.
What? What? Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. God, this is just
And on
is my
top of
house,
that,
mate.
my
Jesus
dog
Christ.
just doesn't seem to want to play with me.
Why are you telling me all this now?
Just humor me, okay? Now, when you heard about my cat, and then about my dog, which story made you feel sadder?
The story about your cat. No, honestly, I probably would have said dog myself. Cause like,
It's a dog not wanting to play with you is better than a cat being sick.
no, because well, she's talking about which made me feel sadder, and I think like obviously sick pets are kind of sad, but like there's something to being like, I don't know, like ignored by one's own pet that's like actually like, it feels more like a stab wound as opposed to like a crushing weight, if that makes sense. It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of another, I guess. I don't know. Like, well, I think especially where my head's at with this character now is just like, no, I think, well, I guess I know what she's driving at. It's, yeah. I don't know. That one leapt out to me at the very least, but let's see what the point is. The story about your cat, of course, it's only natural.
Exactly. That would be the natural reaction. But there's nothing natural about the director's reaction.
I don't. It's just sad or pets ignoring people is like really sad to me. Whereas like I feel like pets getting, I don't know. Sorry, this is just gonna get weird to describe. It creates a different response in me that I find a bit more like crushing, to be honest. But yeah.
Because one's tragic, the other's pathetic, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know what? I guess that's actually the difference. It's like, do I feel sadder about a cat being sick or Athena not being able to play with her dog? Or do I feel more sorry for Athena that she has a sick cat or a dog that won't play with her? I think that's probably where... Maybe? Whatever.
I think how each individual reaction changes across the whole testimony will be key.
Sounds unnaturally complicated. Thank you, Phoenix.
This case has so many weird, like, jabs at the game itself.
Yeah, but that somehow doesn't surprise me.
Like Athena being like, I'm so sick of hearing about the Dark Age of the Law. Stop talking about the Dark Age of the Law.
It's like, oh, you mean the emotion shit's more complicated again? Wow, who would have seen that coming? Okay. But now, like... But now there's no anger or shock about being shot at now? But there's no sadness here.
No, he's just sad.
Hmm.
Big surprise. So big sad, small
Yeah,
sad.
yeah. Big sad at being shot. Small sad. There's a strong sad joke in here somewhere, but I couldn't get to it. Then
Big surprise.
yeah, big surprise at Detective Arm coming through. And then a lot of
Small
emotions
surprise.
about being shot. And then nothing. I guess... So... I'm gonna guess it might be the small surprise here?
If the surprise goes down from her appearing versus her pulling a gun on him.
Yeah, but like... I don't know, I feel like the emotion suddenly being... Like, that same intensity of emotion but being spread across different things would make sense to me. But then I'm reading that as they're, like, having levels of shock has, like, an equivalence to being angry, sad, and shocked at the same time. I don't like this mechanic. I really...
Obviously, the answer is happy because he's not. It's the only emotion he's not feeling, and that's weird.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the game draws weird lines in the sand about which emotions come under which umbrellas, and then there's weird shit about, like, expecting to feel like certain levels. I don't like it. I don't like this mechanic. Director Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't that a... What? Phoenix? That he was both... What the fuck? Phoenix, what the fuck are you talking about?
Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings.
Have you ever heard about toxic masculinity, Mr. Wright?
I was there at ground zero of Chernobyl. This means nothing to me. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotion. Our souls are weighed down by Earth's gravity. Even the great men such as myself experiences surprise on occasion.
Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by.
Oh, pardon?
What? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm sorry, was I meant to be paying attention to what your assistant is doing there?
If I were still KGB, I would have you thrown in gulag so fast it would make your spiky head spin.
First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprised reaction is the fact that you were more surprised when Arm came. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. See, I like some of the things it gets to when it actually makes the argument. Like, there really wasn't a way to convey... I think it'd be very hard to convey that, he was more surprised by her turning up as opposed to shooting him, other than through, like, an emotional analysis, because you would need some, like, physical evidence or testimony directed towards that. But again, I feel like the mechanic is just kind of like it doesn't either the thing they drive at assumes a bit of knowledge that the person putting together this particular bit knows that the player isn't necessarily intuitive to the player, like what like sub emotions belong to which categories. And other times there's like multiple things that I might think are kind of strange about the way that emotions are being presented too. And the thing is too that like when we started this earlier, he was sad, shocked, and angry that he got shot at the first time, but then that changed to sadness. So like, am I meant to interpret that the anger and shock not being there is to be expected? Like, there was just a couple of things I ruled out because I'm like, okay, that's like, I'm just going to guess that those aren't the case because. Well, and you could probably figure it out a little bit meta-wise in terms of the second half of the dialogue, and that was the thing that changed as a result of the info we put together. But, like, yeah, there's just, like, multiple things changing there, too, that, like, also could have led me astray if I didn't just, like, luck out and say, no, I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I'd be talking myself in circles again if I just kind of restated everything I don't like about that mechanic again. I do not think I got a single one of these without Mina coaching me. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It's such a subjective thing too, right? Like, there's something to be said about, like, the different pathways a lot of us take with, like, logic, like, explicit logic, right? Something that is at least a little bit more concrete, still subjective to some degree, depending on, like, you know, if we're talking about, like, probabilities and stuff like that. But emotions and how you feel, like, I mean, fuck, like, I just almost talked myself in, for a minute about, like, well, personally, I find the dog one a bit sadder because there's, like, a more pathetic angle to that, and that affects me more than, like, a pet being sick. Because, like, I mean, you have another living person or living thing in your house, like, it's probably going to get sick. Like, you are going to get sick too. It just happens. But, like, yeah, like, that would, like, imagine if that was actually part of this. Like, that would have completely caught me off guard, maybe, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, I suppose that probably makes sense to more people. But, like, that's just example one of, like, yeah, emotions especially are, like, incredibly subjective. People are affected by them people are affected by the same event differently. And, you know, so, you know what? I'm not going to make a point out of it. That's fine. I was going to say current year, etc., emotions and how people feel them, but I don't think that needs to be litigated here. Yeah, it's weird how the human experience is subjective, and to have a good murder mystery, you need objective facts. Yeah, the thing is, too, that you can play around with the subjective and still get some good stuff out of it, but trying to objectify the subjective, I think, is the problem with this mechanic ultimately. Because, like, what was the thing before? It was like, oh, you seem to be afraid of the door. Like, personally, I would have put that more under the shocked thing. Because if we're talking about shocked, I'm thinking about anxious, fearful, that kind of thing. Right? It's kind of like, you know, it's subcategories, but that's, like, talking about it from a sadness perspective, which is not how I would have categorized that. And that fundamental thing just means that, like, if the game is expecting me to think fear, that I am always going to be wrong because I didn't categorize it the same way. Yeah, and he would also be sad about what happened there, which is also what you selected as the thing. Yeah, exactly. It was like, it was correct, but that was more like process of elimination than actual intuition. Which, you know, there might be something to the ability that you can still intuit that example. But like, yeah, I feel like I have to abstract away the actual mechanic and play, like, the elimination game with a multiple choice answer. Like, I'm not engaging with the thing it's asking me. I'm using tricks to get around having to solve it the way it's expecting me to. That feels like where that feels like where this mechanic lives for me. It was correct for the wrong reasons, which still feels wrong. Yeah. I mean, that happens in earlier... that can definitely happen in earlier Ace Attorney games too, but like it feels like it's more prone to that, if that makes sense. Because you can take a step forward and present a piece of evidence that should have been unintuitive, and that's actually the one, but you're wrong, right for the wrong reasons, and that can still feel satisfying. But when the point is... But when that's more like, oh, I'm following my own logic and I got it right for the wrong reasons. But this is more like, this feels a little bit closer toward, again, trying to, like, avoid the actual logic it's trying to use and just trick yourself into getting the correct answer. I don't think I made that point as clear as I could have, but yeah, we've lingered on this for a little bit now. But the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whether whatever it was you were doing there. Oh, no, he actually made the point I was thinking I would need to make. Less about, like, oh my god, you shot me, and more like, oh yeah, that makes sense that she shot me, but how the fuck... Oh my god, she turned up, and then she shoots me, and you're like... Or she shoots you, and you're like, oh, yeah, that kind of makes sense, but Jesus.
The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence Operation Hide Under Your Desk.
Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. There it is. I was waiting for a fucking reference to that. Ah, cut! Ah!
Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean... he really is hiding something about that launchpad door.
Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape.
I wonder what it could be.
If he was doing something suspicious around that door, maybe we can spot changes between before he came to the room and after? Oh, maybe he was... Huh, I really thought that would have been the culprit. Well, I guess he may not have changed it himself, but rather he was over there investigating to see... No, but Phoenix is implying he was doing something he shouldn't have been.
Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see, this is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge.
Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. Director Cosmos.
What is it? What have you two been up to over there?
Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you. That's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation.
Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you have pointed it out already.
He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident.
Take that!
The answer is this knob.
Yeah, that's...
Oh, look, I know he's a bit of a dickhead, but I don't think we need to be throwing around the word knob. Your Honor, please take a look at this footage.
Let's see.
Take a look at the knob next to the launchpad door. As you can see, it's horizontal.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical.
And what does that mean?
It means sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. That's a great out-of-context line.
Yeah.
After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Is that true? Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say.
I guess because
Mhm.
if the picture that was taken was like right before the murder, right, of Clay and Starbuck going into the room,
Right.
and then assuming the police didn't fuck with it during their investigation, that does only leave like a very, very small window in which someone could have touched it.
Yeah, my thinking is still that this might be just a leftover of someone running out of the room and potentially getting back. But I feel like, and especially if someone left through the launch pad door, I'd be surprised if they like got out that way. Like that feels more like a hiding place than it does like a actual escape route, which is obviously a premise that's like kind of foundational to this. Don't know if that's actually true. But at least in my mind, there's still a possibility that Cosmos runs in, Arm runs in after him, Cosmos runs off, Arm disappears, and then something transpires after the both of them have left.
Right.
There is no evidence to suggest that at the moment, at all. But... And yeah, I think the only thing that makes it linger is, like, I really don't think the Launchpad 1 doorway is actually an exit so much as it is a hiding place. But, yeah. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door?
Fine. I admit it.
I think that's the first time we've seen that animation transition like that.
I think so, yeah.
You're right, I did turn that knob. The knob is safety lock meant to keep Launchpad in place.
Oh. Wait, but it was... I have to assume the door was functioning when we were investigating, so horizontal would mean locked. Or I guess keep it in place, which would either keep it locked or keep it open, I guess?
I was afraid there would be more explosions. So I wanted to move Launchpad away.
Right. You wanted to do what?
Hey, didn't Ponko tell us something about how they prepare for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first.
I guess that clears up what the knob is for.
Oh, so if the killer escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the Launchpad to the launch site?
I don't think so. The Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor.
So then, where did the killer escape to?
It is a mystery! I guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Director Cosmos, I request that you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail.
Fine. But listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony.
For the 5th time that... Oh my... We are still not out! Ah!
Oh boy, here I go locking again.
Let me out! Let me out! I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. I feared there might be more explosions, so I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape the killer had was through the launch pad 1. But that area was a sea of smoke. Found it. Where on earth could they have gone? So you didn't know where they went. It's like the one thing that's odd here is like happy. But again,
What are you so happy about, dude? He just
Yeah.
loves the knob. He loves turning knobs.
I love to turn knobs. You have no idea. It is my entire job, actually. All day I spend sitting in... Go on.
Ever since come to America, old job is turn knob.
I
Sit at desk, turn knob. Go to launch pad, turn knob.
Go to control room. Oh, buddy, it's turning knob time.
It's all you Americans do. Go home, turn knob, enter home, close door, turn knob. Go to kitchen, turn knob, put food in oven, turn knob.
Okay. I could see happy as like a, oh shit, maybe I've got an option here. Like, oh yes, I could actually, save things. Here it's explicitly sad, like, oh no, explosions. So I had to cut the launch pad loose. Which might also be a bit weird with my logic. Only escape the killer was through the launch pad. I hate the killer. Everybody hates the killer. Fuck that guy. Oh, it's Jeff the Killer. Why didn't we think of that? Oh my god. Alright, case closed. Go home, everyone. But that area was a sea of smoke. No emotion there, which is odd. Would have thought maybe surprise? There's also the implication here that, like, he didn't know where the culprit went. Which implies that they didn't go through Launchpad 1? Maybe it is just the happy thing and I'm overthinking it.
Got it.
Yeah, okay. Alright. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. It's like, his immediate thought was that the person had gone through, and then it unfolds and it shows, oh, wait a minute, the culprit didn't go that way. You see how easy it is to actually try and explain away stuff like this? Like, ugh, God. I really don't want to say that a mechanic that was... Well, no, I do think the executioner's mechanic is the main problem, but I do think there is just, like, an on-paper problem with the way that this has been kind of thought of. Because it's... The range of emotions here is not, like, very clear, and the categorization thereof.
How do you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there?
Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology in my bullshit computer.
Thank you, widget. Emotion category chart came with the original DS version of the game. It did. Awesome. So, care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? Oh, okay, good. I'm glad that's a lie. Well, I'm not, because at least if they had a chart there, it would have been like, okay, we need to give you a little bit of a bone to throw. But I think the reason that made me a bit more annoyed is like, then why didn't you put that in the fucking game? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda.
How do you know about that too?
Because you're not a good liar. Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing.
But you have no proof I had hidden agenda.
You open the manual and it's all those new German emotions.
And even if I did, I would never, ever tell you. So there.
I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake.
How could you doubt man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Objection! Can we bring up the court record so far? Have we been tracking this man, what this man's been saying? Athena, read out the court transcript for us.
Athena, get his ass.
Silence.
You, a man of integrity, don't make me laugh.
That's appropriate. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? It's just Athena and various Super Princess Peach poses. Awesome.
You've spouted nothing but falsity since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man who will be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider great as barefaced liar and honor. Liar?
His words bite harder than his blade.
You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. Mind how naive you are. You failed to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you.
Really? You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend.
And here's a thought for you, immediately following the bombing.
I take offense to that, Mr. Wright. There's a very unique joy in being able to call something poppycock, and I suggest you find some more joy in the language you use.
Launchpad 1 was on the Borden Lounge 1 site. The police confirmed this on scene.
What?
Liar!
So that means the director didn't move the launch pad?
Oh no. I can feel sorry, I can feel a very heavy shoe somewhere above me right now.
Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content. Liar!
He's still on that.
But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we just might find where the killer escaped to. Ah!
You're sure it must have went somewhere? We just might find out. Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy?
He sat on that for so long. He was stewing and being called boy for like an hour.
Yeah. yeah, you're absolutely right. It's just like, oh, I'm gonna throw that back in his face. Oh, you piece of shit. You fucking dare call me boy. Yeah, speaking of, 28... Oh, we don't have Phoenix on this.
He's
Phoenix got to be in his 30s. Yeah, I was gonna say. Oh, thanks,
oh, sorry,
Athena.
he's 34. He's 34. He was 33
34.
in Apollo Justice. He's 34 now.
Gotcha.
Talking about hitting below the belt.
Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Wait a minute. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be?
What are you blathering about?
What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? Well, I mean, the knob just controls the door. I wouldn't have thought it... Hold on. What if I was a worm? Wait a minute. Do we have any sense of time of when the explosions occurred?
I can't remember.
I think 10 a.m. is the only solid time we've been given. By Aura. What if the launch pad was made of pudding? Like, what if the explosions happened while the launch pad was at the site, and then Cosmos came up to open the doors? So he undid the lock. But no, he said he saw Terran there, so we're talking about after those two had gotten back. Or at least he's convinced that this was after that. And, like, I'm sorry, but there's one half of this screen that I am very scared is going to become very relevant to the proceedings, and I'm really wondering if this is the moment that this is happening, and I'm trying to untangle it before it happens. Actually, hold on. What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident, and then after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot? All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. Is that really what that does? I thought it was just controlling the door. That seems contradictory to what we've already established. Although I guess it is coming from Cosmos, which, like, who the fuck knows whether even that is actually accurate. And it would be right where the police found it. Ah! Oh my god, he actually cut one off.
Yeah, another one flops down to take its place.
Awesome.
You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck.
Was what I said really that off base?
It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to you, however. Our great lawyer turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene.
Yeah. Like, this is so airtight that I'm like, nah, this is where we switch up, like, uh-oh, it was actually the boarding lounge 2 or some shit. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I just think it's like you're slowly piecing things together, and I love the slowly encouraging no.
no, don't you no.
Indeed, the pad
Blackwills?
existed beyond the lounge.
No, sorry, go on.
When our astro wonders made their escape.
Blackquill, stop making this so airtight. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing. There's still some game left to go. You can't do this to me.
Effect that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film.
Sorry, I'm being hyper paranoid now. I need to look at something real quick. Okay, you can't quite see that there. Oh fuck, I can't. I'm bad at orientation apparently. Okay, no, yep, okay. Oh, right.
So, to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy.
Ah! Not again!
Get a grip, Mr. Right, and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved.
Do we?
What?
I feel like the game has made a logical leap that I haven't at this point. Why do we know it moved? Have I missed something here? Okay, actually, a yes or no answer. Athena is insisting that we know that the thing was moved. Do we actually know that at this stage?
I mean, I guess from Phoenix's perspective, if Yuri wasn't moving the launch pad, then what the fuck was he doing in there? Like, why was he speeding into a crime scene to try and change something before the police could arrive?
Yeah, I guess, like, he's fiddling with the thing Phoenix is insisting moves the launch pads.
Which Cosmos did kind of confirm. He said it was a safety lock that ensures the launch pad gets clicked back into place after the launch happens, right?
Oh, so, like, he did something in the control room and then ran into the lounge to... fasten it. But then... But if that... well, I guess we don't have any indication he started this off in the control room. But if he did, then why would he go around? He came through the south entrance. Oh, okay. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, it's just like, it's agonizingly close. I know that shoe is gonna drop, but I still can't see how it's locking into what we know yet. But our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other.
Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me.
Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe, just maybe...
Huh?
Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if, when the director moved Launch Pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then?
Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once.
I know I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Oh my god. The cut jacket is in the museum. Oh, you were staring at it the whole fucking time, Wolfie. What the... Oh my god. Alright. Yup. Mm-hmm. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was... hide it, switch with another place to trap the true killer. To trap the true killer? Nope. I guess just to swap it, sure. Because he wanted to trap the true killer.
Right, Dono, I need to remind you there was an explosion. And that the corridor between the launch pad and the lounge was thick with smoke. If a killer had been trapped in there, it would have been found dead as their victim.
I guess you're right.
Well, I'm glad you both agree. Now here's a penalty for you, Mr. Wright.
I don't agree with that penalty, though. Your Honor, please give me another chance. Director Cosmos' reason for moving Launchpad 1 was... I mean, to trap the true killer and to hide it are specific. This is a bit more vague and just, like, move it. Like, his reason for moving it was to move it. But I guess switching it would probably... But, yeah, okay, I'm gonna go switch. Yep. Because that's the more direct thing to the museum connection, yeah. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place.
I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with?
Oh, you'd be surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with Launchpad 1.
Take that!
Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum.
In the past, the Space Museum used to be Launchpad 2. It has all the same features as Launchpad 1 and can even be moved to the launch site. Meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 can also be switched with each other.
You can't mean...
The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. Did they bomb the... Okay. It was the one in the Space Museum.
What? Boulder Dash!
And yet, it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. You good, Mina?
Yeah. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places.
That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding Lounge 1. This allowed the true killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding Lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket.
Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding Lounge 2...
Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year, 9 AM to 7 PM. That's how you get past the biometric lock. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There is no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with the two launch pads switched like that, somebody other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding Lounge 1 and waited there concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. Right, because the door was open and locked into that position, I guess? After that, Director Cosmos switched the two launch pads back. See, when the door was open and showing that smoke, I didn't know whether to actually treat that as literal, like it was saying that the doors were actually open. But I guess that proves it. Without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway.
No! Alright, Dono, I see you know how to handle a sword, and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Sword Master Bluff?
I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence.
Unless you can prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads.
Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. Why are they flirting? It's Phoenix's Phoenix's nature. He gets into arguments with people and... Well, I mean, look at Kristoff and Edgeworth.
The launch pads really were switched. There might be a record of it somewhere.
At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum was switched with each other.
So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum.
Well, there's no smoke coming out of the door here. Which, if we're claiming that the... Fuck, I should have thought of that, actually. If there's no smoke coming out of this corridor right now, then what is stopping someone from going in there? And that may actually prove that what was on the other side of the corridor wasn't actually the launch pad.
Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare it to the security footage?
God, there was a 2 there the whole time! Ah! Oh my god! Oh, that's so good!
Yep, it was there the whole time. You just didn't think it was important because they didn't point it out.
Huh? That number on the floor. Oh, what do you know? Looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. Out with it.
And if this is just another bluff?
Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum.
Very well then, answer this for me if you would. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum?
You know what the other thing that's cute about this is that, like, you may have actually just assumed, even if you did see that, that's, like... That not necessarily a 2, but even if you did think it was a 2, 1, further down the corridor, like... Could have been fucking anything, but now it's been contextualized.
Take that!
Oh my god. There's a 1 on the floor, because, like, one thing that would have made it super obvious is if the 1 actually repeated on the next red line upward, but you can't actually see that with the robot there. There's a 1 on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2.
What?
Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum.
Ah.
And so that means... the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke.
That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the 2 astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. Oh my god. I completely forgot that was still something we hadn't explained.
Just incredible. The 2 launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude.
Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. And I guess in all the calamity too, like, not many people would have actually noticed. Although, there is one person that probably should have noticed that we've directly talked to about being outside the building when this all happened. Someone who should probably know the layout of the place a little bit better than most. Oh my god, finally. Jesus Christ. No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. Oh no.
My glory! Galactic engine ignition! It's going haywire!
Awesome. Please zoom out while this is happening.
My stars, my glory! No, not that way! Bailiff, on your steed after that witness!
He lost it, Mario Party. Oh, God.
I like that it actually did make a new model for him with none of the stars.
Yeah, that's great.
I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm.
Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads?
I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It's good to hear words I can believe for a change.
Why, though? Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Sarbok, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Thank you. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with.
Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent.
I don't think that works in court, buddy.
See, it actually does, because this is not related to the murder. You have a right to not incriminate yourself.
Well, yeah, that's pleading the fifth, though. That's... He's using the right to remain silent, which is the thing cops tell you. The courtroom thing is pleading the fifth. Well, I guess they could be combined in Japan or California. Whatever, I'm splitting hairs.
I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast.
Sorry, what?
Mm.
Did you know that Launchpad 1 specifically was going to get blown up?
The Rector is terrified. He must have had one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why.
Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh?
Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, I'm nothing. I don't see why not. Bailiff helped the director retrieve his stars.
Oh, come on! They're all over the place.
It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself.
Jesus Christ, this is a long case.
Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say?
I don't get it.
Don't get it? What don't you get?
Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. Mr. Starbuck?
Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center.
Director? Will I ever get the chance to go into space again?
Yes. Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy.
I just realized that you can see his badge without the bullet hole in it in this shot.
Yeah.
God.
This case is good at subtle foreshadowing sometimes.
It really is, yeah. Then the dream is still alive.
Silence.
You're not going into space, Starbuck, but prison. I won't have it any other way.
Ah, here we go. Why are you so hung up on him?
Yes, I accept the launch pads really were switched. And if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I've yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. Oh, that's a good point.
He's right. I don't have any proof. I do. It's not in evidence. I need a photograph.
Starbuck, you will spill everything you know.
What? Me?
Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now.
Oh my god, Blackwell, what are you doing?
If you don't, my blade shall feast on your blood.
Like he's just like, well, I guess you didn't technically prove it, so I'm gonna kill Starbuck right here unless he confesses. Like, fucking piss off, dude. If I'm going to die, I want to die in space. I have to do something.
Solomon Starbuck, prepare yourself.
Now, you know violence is the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell.
That annoying, cheerful laugh. It can be none other than...
Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. Much more important than this murder trial, I can assure you. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell ya, justice sure is a full-time job. Was it a fight between cats, or... Why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I can make, and I came to make sure that justice is served. You don't mind if we finish off this bit? I probably should have asked a bit earlier if you're okay with, like, getting to the end of this section here.
No, yeah, it's totally fine.
Okay, cool. I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Alright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed?
Nope. Oh, Fulbright. It looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Open your eyes, and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment.
What evidence?
Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence.
Okay, I don't think we need to actually see the dialogue of him literally saying that. That's fine.
I didn't think he was serious, though.
So, what is it, Detective? Is it something that will prove Mrs. Starbuck innocent? It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter?
That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it. Now, Fulbright, you did get those fingerprints examined before you walked into court saying that this would obviously clear Starbuck, right? You got those analyzed before you got to court, right? What?
Oh.
Because the person who was the culprit also managed to sneak a remote device to trigger explosives on his person, Fulbright.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant?
You bet Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent.
Oh, there's that at least.
Okay.
Confirmed they are not Starbucks.
This is it. This is just what I needed. The true culprit's fingerprints are on it in the victim's blood. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on what can be extrapolated... based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred, and then the killer... then finally, the killer left through the boarding lounge... through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
Oh my god.
But the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Would he not have dropped a lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
Well, he would have had to move the things beforehand, right? You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos has testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with a lighter... Oh, right. He went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackquill. This lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer.
Ugh.
Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit.
This does indeed appear to be the decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims.
As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, we can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck.
No, there must be some mistake.
Frankly, Prosecutor Blackquill, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency, because tomorrow...
Silence.
Albright, you promised never to speak of that.
Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Oh.
Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent. In light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. A few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover.
Honestly, I would have expected it to be the first time they actually go, you know what, let's let this person off. But no. No, we're still gonna go. Oh. Oh no, he is doing it. Oh shit.
But for now, this court finds the defendant, Solomon Starbuck.
I guess that explains what might be happening in case 5.
Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright.
Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Excuse me. Miss Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. And please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best.
Ooh, I wish I could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now.
Right, and this is where like the things kind of diverge here, because Phoenix again was just looking to get Mr. Starbuck off of get him not guilty. Apollo wants to find I feel like that could have been. I feel like this could have actually. You could have actually foreshadowed this, where like Apollo and Phoenix actually have a disagreement about this, like maybe earlier on. Like if they were preparing for case 4, and Apollo's like, "No, I'm going to get the killer," and Phoenix is like, "Apollo, we're trying to get Starbuck not guilty. Like that's what we're trying to do." And Apollo is set on the killer, and like that, not very good use of the case's story, if I'm being honest. Yeah, me too. That's gonna have to wait.
Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yeah, I thought so. It's too late to object, isn't it? Phoenix, I'm like 99% sure this has happened to you and you called objection after the judge's mallet went down.
It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. But Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Albright, what were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter?
Yeah, that was the detail that was weirdly left out. Huh? The results. Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well, I kind of got carried away when I heard the prints were Mr. Starbucks, so...
You have yet to rate it.
I can't believe I was both correct and incorrect about that.
I guess he was just excited. He saw not Starbuck and went yippee. And
What?
then ran
Yeah,
off.
but like the idea that the report of whose fingerprints it was says not Mr. Starbuck is crazy.
So the way I'm envisioning this in my head is that it was compared. The fingerprints in the lighter were compared against Starbuck, and the result was not a match. And he hasn't looked down to the part of the paper that says whose they are a match to.
Yeah, that's probably the more reasonable scenario, but I love the idea that he's looking at this and it's like, okay, his first name is Solomon, Not Ness. Yes! And then darted out the fucking room. Oh my god. Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prince belonged to?
On thorough analysis, the fingerprints were found to belong to Athena Sykes. So says the report.
I love watching you having like a Drew Scanlon moment right now.
I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting Apollo. So the fact that it's Athena is like... Fucking what? What? Huh?
Me?
Order, I say, order!
Why does this always happen to my assistants?
Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that this letter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it can only lead us to one grave conclusion.
I don't know how they got there, but I know I'm not the culprit.
This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece. I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? In the victim's blood. Oh, how the fuck would you even fake that? Gah, what have I done? Please forgive me, I'm sorry.
Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying.
What in the world is happening here? It's like the world's gone mad.
Order! Order! I will have order!
Confusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of the crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge of reason and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. What the fuck?
Case 4, baby.
We got us a 2-part case.
That's awesome. Okay, listen. The case didn't start out very good in my opinion, but yeah, that is cool. Is there a little intro into this next
There's like an anime cutscene, yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, we're gonna watch that, but I know we've been here for a bit, but like I can't not at least take a peek at this now.
What a name, too. What a name.
Yeah.
Turnabout for tomorrow.
No one can escape their past. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. The sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains. As ever present as the moon in the sky. What the fuck has the moon got to do with this? Why is the moon highlighted? Fuck you, Phoenix. Why did you highlight the moon? Oh my god, and I forgot about this shot where he looks directly at the moon as well.
Yep, the moon haunts you.
David Lynch directed this case. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. Just like Majora's Mask. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Yeah, probably same shit as before, right? Yeah. I think I thought I was... Yeah, exactly. Oh. Alright, I think that's a good note to leave on. Actually, if I don't save it here, then it'll, no, Phoenix, shut up, Phoenix, go away, I'm not, no. Back to menu, don't save, yes, I understand, because we'll play the intro again on next time we come to this, because I want to. Alright. Now, if I had to guess, tomorrow is probably when Blackwell's being executed.
I think so?
Yeah. It'd probably make the most sense. Either that, or we're pulling back the statute of limitations on some shit that, wait, was there a we've messed with statute of limitations in this, series before. It's like the DL6?
DL6, and then like there's a particular case that Yamazaki wrote in one of the investigations games that has very heavily to do with statute of limitations.
Right. Do we remember what the length of that, or what was the length of the statute of limitations for that?
It depends on the crime.
Right.
I think for murder, I think it's 15 years. But there are different ways it can be extended because it doesn't count. The length of the trial doesn't count. Like it's 15 years from when the trial concluded, I think, and then there are other like extenuating circumstances as well.
Right. So in Blackwell's case, the reason he's on death row is because of murder, by the sound of it.
Yes.
I don't think did we get official confirmation of that? I can't remember. It's been a while.
Yeah, we know the only thing we know about Blackwell's crime is that true to him, he murdered someone with a samurai sword.
Yeah.
And that's why he's called the Twisted Samurai.
Yep. Yeah, now I'm thinking, like, if him being found guilty of murder has got something to do with the case from 7 years ago, or the other explosions 7 years ago, like, it wouldn't surprise me if it's like, oh, it's the statute of limitations and your execution tomorrow, Prosecutor Blackwell? Wow, what unfortunate timing.
Yeah, unfortunately those two are separate because we know, like, Dahlia was executed before the statute of limitations for her murders were up.
I'm not saying they can't be, but I'm saying, like, like, jokingly, like, you know, Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow, the statute of limitations is up, and his retirement is tomorrow as well.
Oh.
Like, wow.
Yeah.
Oh no. What unfortunate timing that is.
We gotta lock in Phoenix.
Yeah.
How's he gonna do this alone? He doesn't have a weird little girl with him now.
Right? What, is he gonna go around with Trucy now? Apollo's off on his own. Athena is back in the, Athena's been arrested.
Yeah.
And he has to take his daughter to the prom. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit. Yeah, I definitely wasn't hot on that case at the beginning, but, like, not only is that one of the most, like, ludicrous, like, conclusions to the case, in terms of, like, the logic used, it's actually really fascinating, because they get to use, like, a massive part of this case. So, I'm going to refer to the mystery as probably the thing that's going to span both cases, and then the case is the actual chapters of it. So, they use a massive part of the mystery in terms of the platform switching to form the end of a case, and it's like a massive crescendo. There's obviously still a lot of questions in that, but, like, it is, like, that by itself would have been a satisfying conclusion to any single case, but it's actually the midpoint, potentially, of this entire mystery, because now we've got to figure out, like, we've got to look into this even more now. Like, Aura's testimony and statement didn't get questioned once, and considering, like, the exact time she gave, and the fact she's into robots, that throws, like, villain monologue aside, that throws red flags up to me immediately. Like, oh, you just happen to be there exactly on the dot at 10 a.m. to see this thing. Like, yeah. But, like, again, if this was Apollo whose prints were on the lighter, I was way more expecting that. I don't know how the fuck Athena's prints got on that damn thing. Like, and we've clearly been very coy about Athena's history with this place, too. Like, Apollo's has been front and center because of Clay, but, like, now something's up. Like, Athena, like, and Aura recognized her, too. I think also early on, Athena seemed to hint at having a history with Blackwell. But then again, considering the fucking, considering the actual timeline of this game, I don't know if there's anything to actually put stock in for that.
Yeah. At the very least, we know that Blackwell knows why she became a lawyer. Because when she was about to give up in Case 3, he said, if you'll give up now, you'll be letting that person down.
Yeah. And there's a person in that photo of everyone that we also haven't talked about yet either.
Yeah.
Like, Athena's mother? Relative? Who fucking knows? Yeah, goddamn. Whatever I can say about this game, like, at the end of the day, this is ambitious. Like, and it's landed it so far. Yeah, where was Ponko? Because I feel like most of the pieces to this have been in Case 4 and 5. Like, the closest that we got to this is probably Trials and Tribulations, with, like, the culmination in the final case. But, like, that wasn't a single mystery stretched over 2 cases. That was, like, the culmination of a bunch of different threads around a single mystery within one case. That fed off the conclusions from other cases. Yeah, I guess it's kind of similar. But, like, I guess it hasn't been as explicit as this is part 2 of the same mystery. Like, Case 5 is part 2 of this one mystery. Like, that's definitely, like, in format, it's definitely a lot different. Oh my god, I wish we could continue. I was kind of dreading this getting long in the tooth, and now I'm like, alright, I'm here for it, let's go. But yes, that will probably have to wait. That will have to wait until next weekend.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'll have to wait a little bit longer than that. Because,
oh, yep.
I will be out of the city next weekend.
Gotcha.
To help my ailing parents. And possibly, unfortunately, the weekend after that as well, because my cousin's got a baby shower that they've just announced that I'll be attending. So it might be 3 weeks until we can get back to this, but at least we ended off at the end of the case.
Yeah. See, I would ask you what you're up to tomorrow, because I have a day off. But I feel like it would probably be worse to get a little bit into Case 5 and then break it up by 2 weeks, as opposed to breaking it here and not doing it
exactly.
2 weeks.
And tomorrow I do have a live reading event for my novel as well. So.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, okay. No, well, as long as this did end up going, I'm glad we got to there then, because like, if we didn't get to the end of that and we had to wait 2 weeks for the conclusion, oh, that would have tore me up. Oh man, yeah, that would have been bad.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess so. Yeah, that's gonna be it for today. Tomorrow, thinking about Monster Hunter, we'll see. Putting Blackwell in the time chamber, yeah, real. Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a long way away. Off chance I may not stream, I may just take the day off. It depends on how I'm feeling, but I just got into high rank, so I'm curious to chip away at that a bit more. During the week, yeah, like I said, I'm trying to get through my Blasphemous VODs again, because I've been, uploading all that shit to YouTube. As a little progress update, I think it's been, what has it been, like 3 or 4 weeks since they announced the thing? It's definitely like a month and a week away from when the time's up. But I've got a quarter of my VODs left. So everything will go onto that YouTube channel that I haven't linked yet, because I don't want people to sub to it, and then for me to dump like 10 VODs a day until I release everything on it. And hell, that would take more than 2 months if I did 10 videos a day. So yeah, I'm trying to think of a good way to like not blow up everyone's sub boxes. I'm thinking just like maybe dumping like every single one of them and then making them all public. Like, I don't quite know how it works on YouTube. Perhaps, actually, I should talk to Luca about this. I don't know what happens if you put a video public as opposed to put a video, what is unlisted? That's the one. Because if I don't say anything about the YouTube channel, dump everything within a couple of days, so there's like 50 VODs every day, and then say, like, week or 2 later, okay, you can have a look, like, it won't make everyone's sub-feed immediately filled up with only my VODs, which would be a fucking awful experience. Yeah, I'll figure something out about that. Yeah, just an update on that. But then next weekend, probably some Monster Hunter, and if I've got 2 weekends with stuff to do, we could probably finish off Path of Exile, the lore playthrough. We didn't... What else? I feel like we haven't finished off something else. The Final Fantasy 16 DLC is probably going to be too big for that. I could switch it out for Monster Hunter. I still haven't finished that playthrough of Slay the Princess either, getting to, like, the new ending. I don't know. There's plenty I could probably end up playing. I'll have to play it by ear. I prefer to pick, like, shorter things, because I don't want to, like, go and have them drag or anything. I don't want to play something that'll take, like, 3 streams and then only get through 1, and then it doesn't get played for 2-3 weeks. So, that'll be for me to figure out. But at the very least, next weekend, that'll probably be Monster Hunter and finishing off the Path of Exile? I can't remember if I have 1 or 2 streams left on that one. Might be 2? I have to have a look. Yeah. I did see someone streaming earlier. Are they still on? They are not. Damn. Oh, that's spoilers. God damn it. Everyone on Sunday play thing with spoilers for me. Alright, I think we'll just end it here then. That'll be fine. I don't really want to risk raiding into someone who's playing Dual Destinies right now, because we got the most important case up next, and I don't want to spoil myself. Yeah, we'll just leave it there then. Alright, so, thank you very much for watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and I hope to see you all next time.
Bye, everyone.